Some news just coming in, and this has got to do with the bomb scare. This is an update. No bombs have been found. Checking operations by bomb squad has finally ended. Airport director is told bags of flies were checked thoroughly. Flight to take off at 10:30 a.m. Proper procedure followed is what we know. Saurav Akhtani has more details on that story. Saurav, this comes as a big relief. However, we saw a night of chaos at the Jamnagar airport with the NSG team coming down, nobody taking any chances like we've been talking about earlier. This flight is from a country, from Russia, that has been in war for a year now.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. Like you mentioned that Russia is in war and therefore taking no chances. In fact, let me tell you, Sneha, that the Russian officials themselves wanted that a thorough check should be done, and therefore not just one team but NSG's two teams were present to check the entire aircraft and the luggage of the passenger. Remember, the flight was already into 12 hours after which it got an emergency landing at Jamnagar airport. And this is not a commercial airport. This is an Indian Air Force base camp over here in Jamnagar. Now, when the flight was just entering the Indian aerospace, the Goa ATC actually received the bomb threat email. Now, the content of email is not yet disclosed, but immediately the pilot of this Azur Airlines, which is a Russian airlines, was immediately informed, and he was informed that there is a nearby Jamnagar Indian Air Force airbase where immediate emergency landing has to be done. Now remember, our entire administration of Jamnagar along with the bomb disposal squad and the Gujarat ATS team immediately reached at the spot. A thorough checking was done, but as per the protocol and the sensitiveness of this particular entire incident, NSG team from Delhi was given a clearance to take off to Jamnagar and do the entire checking thoroughly. Now, the NSG teams have special equipments to which they do a proper checking. The passenger had to face a lot of difficulties because, let me tell you, this is not an passenger airport, and therefore there were no such facilities available for the passengers because they can't even leave the airport premises. But the Jamnagar administration did a remarkable job, and they ensured that the Russian national, most of them, the Russian national of the flight, do not face any problem. The NSG teams, let me tell you, they did a thorough checking. They not just checked every single passenger, but they also checked in the hand luggage and the check-in luggage. Remember, there were 244 people on board with the crew members, and therefore each and every luggage checking took a lot of time, and now the entire checking is over. We have been told it will take a couple of hours that the flight again takes off because the entire procedures will be followed again. The NSG has been given a clearance that the flight can now take off, after which the Delhi was informed and the Russian embassy, the Russian officials were informed, and now the clearance is given. It will take some time for flight to again take off because proper procedure and the boarding procedures has to be followed. Entire luggage will be reloaded. But a sigh of relief finally, Sneha, that nothing suspicious is found, and now it's the agency, the ATS and the all investigation agency to find out who actually created this entire panic situation.
Yes, that's the big question, because there was an email, and who sent that email? Why did that person do so? This was a hoax. What was this? What was the intention of the mischief maker here? I'm going to come back to you, Saurav, for more on that. You're staying with us. Goa-bound flight from Moscow has made an emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar. This happened last night. Authorities conducted searches at the flight. No bomb was recovered, thankfully. Checking of baggage of the passengers is over now, is what we know. 236 passengers and 8 crew members were on board flight, all of them of Russian nationality. NSG, bomb squad, police, CISF, other authorities were at Jamnagar, at the Jamnagar Indian Air Force Base, where the aircraft had to make this emergency landing. It was around 10 p.m. last night when the flight made this landing. In 15 minutes, the bomb squad, ambulance and fire brigade reached the airport. Operations went on for 6 hours, after which it was declared that no bomb was found. Security has been tightened outside the Goa International Airport after the Goa ATC received the bomb threat.
जी मैम, हमारे पास है वो इमरजेंसी फ्लाइट लैंडिंग का जो मैसेज था, उसके आधार पे हमने कराया। बाकी की कौन सी एजेंसी को और कहां पर ये मिला था, वो आगे हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन करें। इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग है, इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग के आधार पर पूरी चेकिंग हुई है और एनएसजी टीम और हमारी लोकल पुलिस और लोकल जिला प्रशासन और सभी टीम के द्वारा है वो चेकिंग की जा रही है। हमारे जामनगर का जो जिला पुलिस प्रशासन है उसको है वो उसके कंट्रोल रूम के अंदर है वो जो दूसरी एजेंसी है उनके द्वारा हमें है वो मैसेज मिला था कि इस तरह से जो फ्लाइट है उसकी इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग है वो होगी और उसके अंदर चेकिंग है वो।
Emergency situation at airport, and on this emergency situation, we are just taking precautionary measure. We have deployed additional staff over here, and we are watching the activities over there. And this is now since this is an airport, basically pertaining to flight operation. So nothing to worry about it. We are looking after things. It is just an maybe it can be a rumor also, but we are not taking any chances. We are taking all adequate precautions so that nothing happens and everything goes peacefully.
So let's take a look at the timeline of what really happened here. Here are the details. At 10 p.m., the flight made an emergency landing after the bomb threat. In just about 15 minutes, at 10:15, the bomb squad, the ambulance and fire brigade reached the airport. At 10:30 p.m., passengers are evacuated and taken to a safe place. At 10:30 p.m., local police and bomb squad conducted the checking. At 12:30, NSG team reached the Jamnagar airport. And then, finally, at 6 a.m. in the morning today, the bomb squad operations went on. 6:30 a.m. it was declared that no bomb has been recovered from the flights and bags were being checked. Saurav Akhtaria is with us for more on that. All of those passengers were Russian on board, and this was a flight from Russia, from Moscow essentially to Goa. All of them sort of were tourists. Give us a sense of how they have handled this entire situation.
Well, to give a proper care, to take proper care of all the Russian national was the most important priority for the Jamnagar administration when the NSG took over the entire operations. Let me tell you, the Moscow was continuously in touch with the Indian officials. They said that a thorough checking should be done, but that passengers should also be taken care of. Now, as I mentioned, Sneha, that this is not an passenger aircraft. This is not a commercial aircraft. So this was particularly an Indian Air Force base camp where this particular emergency landing happened. Now the officials had given clear instruction that nobody will be allowed to leave. So the Jamnagar administration clearly had a tough task that all the foreign nationals, the Russian national, should be accommodated at that particular small place. The proper care was taken, a blanket was given, refreshment was given, time and again foods and water was given to them. A proper care of Russian national was taken care of. They faced lot of problem, but yes, it was necessary. The checking had to be done due to seriousness of the of this particular threat call. And once the checking got over, now there's a sigh of relief. Now all the Russian passengers will board this particular flight and go to the destination, which is Goa.
All right, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Saurabh is getting us all of those details. The flight now is all set to take off at 10:30 a.m. is what the airport director has said. The subsidence threat in Uttarakhand's Joshi Mutt continues. As per the state government's latest bulletin on Joshi Mutt, a total of 678 buildings and 2 hotels have been identified. Now, even as the relief and rescue work has been intensified, a total of 81 families have been shifted to safer places. Experts from different agencies are analyzing the geological factors. A final detailed report is going to be submitted to Chief Minister Pushkar Dhami. Meanwhile, representatives of Joshi Mutt met the Chief Minister, also who spoke to Shankaracharya on the phone and discussed the status. Moreover, the affected families have alleged that the administration has displayed apathy in dealing with this crisis. A plea has been filed in the Supreme Court as well, seeking immediate financial assistance and adequate compensation to the residents of Joshi Mutt. The plea also seeks for Joshi Mutt to be declared as a national disaster and direct the NDMA to actively support the residents of this place.
जो भी इस तरह की बिल्डिंग्स हैं जो आसपास की जनमानस के लिए रिस्की हैं और डेंजरस हो सकती हैं, तो उनको इमीडिएटली हमें एक बिल्डिंग सेफ्टी प्रोटोकॉल बनाते हुए कि आसपास के लोग सेफ रहें और उस रिस्क से फ्री रहें, तो उसके ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई इमीडिएटली उन आइडेंटिफाइड बिल्डिंग्स में की जाएगी.
आदि शंकराचार्य जी का जो ज्योति मठ है वो टूट रहा है। शिवलिंग में क्रैक्स आ गए हैं। त्रिपुर सुंदरी मंदिर, राजराजेश्वरी मंदिर, लक्ष्मी नारायण मंदिर, ये तमाम मंदिर टूट रहे हैं। लोग सड़कों पर हैं, बाजार बंद हैं और जिस गति से क्रैक्स बढ़ रहे हैं, ब्रेकिंग न्यूज क्या बनती है? ब्रेकिंग न्यूज बनती है कि प्रधानमंत्री ने संज्ञान ले लिया। अरे साहब, कमाल हो गया। संज्ञान कब लिया? जब सब कुछ ब्रेक हो गया, तब ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आई कि प्रधानमंत्री ने संज्ञान ले लिया।
Amit Bhardwaj is getting us more details on that story. He's been tracking all of those developments in Joshi Mutt. Amit, what really stands out is the manner in which the residents, many of them are still saying that in spite of all of this, our warnings, repeated ones, they've left us in this situation. And even now that there's apathy, what is it that the administration can do to make them comfortable and to make them safe? Remember, we're talking about temperatures hovering around 0 to 1, even minus often in this area, isn't it?
Well, absolutely right. In fact, in times like this in Joshi Mutt, temperature dips even in the minus degrees. And Sneha, let me also share the fact that the very place where I'm standing, this is the Badrinath Highway and also an important road as far as the movement of the paramilitary forces and troops are concerned. Yesterday, the native residents here were staging protests. Women had blocked this road for nearly 2 hours because they were angry with the kind of relief work that is being given out right now. And they were also saying that for the past 1 year, we have been raising questions and alarming the administration, but they did not act. In fact, on left-hand side, if you would look at this particular house, Neha, just look at these visuals. It will give you a clear picture of as to what is unfolding in Joshi Mutt right now, where even the houses built with boulders and stones are now in a ravished state, and the cracks that had appeared here have widened with every passing day. And now this particular house have been vacated. Yesterday, and SDRF team was here to seal the building, because remember, the first step is to evacuate, the second step is to mark the dangerous buildings, and the third step is to demolish them. So probably the activity of demolishing such unstable structures will begin as well, because remember that it is time when rainfall and possibilities of snowfall also increases in Joshi Mutt, which would mean that the damage will increase. There's a possibility of damage increasing. Now the administration needs to tell these people that whatever arrangements we are making for you, it is a sort of a permanent nature and you will be resettled. That is the only thing that could send across a sense of relief in the people of Joshi Mutt. Back to you.
All right, thanking you for the moment. Amit getting us up to speed with all of those developments in Joshi Mutt. And Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had a conversation with India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai. Listen in.
ताज़ा सिचुएशन क्या है जोशी मठ में? जोशी मठ की ताज़ा हालात पर आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं? हमें ऐसी जानकारी मिल रही कि कई लोगों को आप अब वहां से निकालकर अन्य जगहों में लेकर जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी हम लोग तात्कालिक रूप से जो लोग उस खतरे की जद में आए हैं या जो प्रभावित हैं, ऐसे व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान हैं, मकान हैं, सब मिलाकर लगभग 678 हैं और जो 81 परिवार हैं वो ज़्यादा प्रभावित हैं। उन सभी को सरकारी गेस्ट हाउस, होटलों इत्यादि में हमने अभी शिफ्ट किया है। अभी एनडीएमए के साथ, एसडीएमए के साथ अभी हमारी बैठक हुई है और हम दीर्घकालिक जो योजना है, दीर्घकालिक जो पुनर्वास होना है, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने अभी चर्चा की है। जल्दी ही हम निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे कि आखिर ये पानी का जो रिसाव हो रहा है वो किस कारण से हो रहा है, कहाँ से हो रहा है और आगे कितना प्रभावित होने वाला क्षेत्र है। और जो नया क्षेत्र है उसका सारा भूवैज्ञानिकों से सारा सर्वेक्षण कराने के बाद हम पुनर्वास की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और इसमें भारत सरकार का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो इस पर पूरी निगरानी कर रहे हैं, पूरा व्यक्तिगत रूप से उसको देख रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने सारी जानकारियां ली हैं और हर संभव हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया है, मदद का भरोसा दिया है, सहायता करने का उन्होंने कहा है कि हर प्रकार की सहायता की जाएगी। और राज्य सरकार पूरी तरह से लगातार इसकी मॉनिटरिंग कर रही है। मैं भी स्वयं मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे सारे लोग वहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं, सारे अधिकारीगण लगे हुए हैं, सारे हमारे जनप्रतिनिधिगण लगे हैं।
पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस का डिमांड है कि इसको नेशनल डिजास्टर अब घोषित किया जाए। क्या आप इस डिमांड को मान, शुड जोशीमठ सिचुएशन बी कॉल्ड अ नेशनल डिजास्टर मिस्टर चीफ मिनिस्टर? क्या ऐसी नौबत आ गई है? इज दिस अ नेशनल डिजास्टर? क्या आप मानते हैं?
संसाधनों की कोई ऐसी कमी नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और पूरे केंद्र की सरकार ने हमको हर प्रकार से सहायता का भरोसा दिया है और सहायता कर रहे हैं। सारी टीमें यहाँ पर आ गई हैं, सब अपने सर्वेक्षण के काम में लग गई हैं। तो इसलिए संसाधनों की कोई कमी नहीं होने वाली। इस समय सबको मिलकर एक दिशा में चलना है कि जोशीमठ को बचाना है, जोशीमठ के लोगों को बचाना है।
So why exactly is Joshi-Mutt sinking? Akshita Nandgopal decodes the risk that the temple town faces from unregulated development over the years.
Located at a height of 6,000 feet, the winter seat of Lord Badri, Joshi-Mutt is a well-known tourist destination. Joshi-Mutt is a town in the Garhwal Himalayas and an important way station of both the pilgrim and trekking circuits. It's also of huge strategic importance to the Indian Army. But why is Joshi-Mutt sinking? Is over-exploitation for real? In the past few decades, the hill town has seen an explosion in population. There's been rampant growth in construction activities as well. Now, the geography of this town does set it apart. For a fact, Joshi-Mutt was built on an ancient landslide site, which results in its low bearing capacity. The Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority in its 1976 report said that the perennial streams, appreciable snow in the upper reaches and highly weathered gneissic rock made the area highly vulnerable to sinking, what we're seeing today. The impact of extreme rainfall has led to the expansion also of mountain streams and their channels and has changed their course, which has eventually induced more instability to this very, very fragile belt. Joshi-Mutt is a seismic zone, an area essentially that's prone to earthquakes, which adds to the new title, the sinking town. New development projects are also taking a clear toll. Projects such as the Helang Marwari bypass have brought the town under the impact of also tectonic activities. Despite the sensitivity of the area, major hydroelectric projects have also been sanctioned. There are many questions also over the NTPC hydropower project. Under this project, 2 tunnels are being dug. One is being dug from Tapovan and the other from Selang. Experts say that the blasts for this construction done for the projects and the seepage due to the constant tunneling work could actually have an impact. It could be responsible for the cracks that you see currently in several homes. And to a large extent, experts say this is the issue. There have been massive protests also against the NTPC hydropower project. Joshi-Mutt is on the brink with dangerous cracks widening now in several people's homes. Almost 600 families have to be evacuated, and that too on an urgent basis. Unplanned developmental activities without due regard to bearing capacity have contributed to aggravating the slope instability issues in Joshi-Mutt. And this isn't the first time Uttarakhand has actually seen these disasters. We're talking about massive flash floods, which you well know about, forest fires, avalanches, landslides, and completely unpredictable weather. The question that remains currently, looking at the situation in Joshi-Mutt, who's responsible for what's happening right now? Was a comprehensive study actually done before sanctioning some of these projects like the hydropower project? And why were these red flags ignored for so long till it's become such a dire situation, forcing families now to leave?
Well, we're getting you details as to what really is happening as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned now. In Tamil Nadu, there's been a major face-off between the governor and the DMK-led government. It's a campaign which is ongoing against the governor, R.N. Ravi, which is spread across Tamil Nadu. The tensions between the government and the state has escalated. Get Out Ravi is trending on social media. Posters have come up in different parts of the city. Late night protests also erupted at Sulur, where DMK workers blocked the road and burned posters of Governor R.N. Ravi. The governor had to walk out of the assembly, interrupting the Chief Minister's speech yesterday. Meanwhile, Chief Minister's son and Minister himself, Udayanidhi Maran, mocked in fact the governor, saying that the Chief Minister made him run away just like he does with opposition members. Earlier allies of the ruling DMK, including Congress and MDMK, boycotted the governor's speech, staging a mass walkout. The protest comes amid the governor's statement over the renaming of Tamil Nadu.
இன்று காலையிலே நடந்த ஒரு நிகழ்வு நீங்கள் எல்லாம் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீர்கள். தமிழ்நாடு சட்டசபையிலேயே வரலாற்றே இல்லாத மாதிரி நம்முடைய தலைவர் ஒரு சம்பவம் செஞ்சிருக்கிறாரு. பொதுவாக தலைவர் அவர்கள் தன்னுடைய பதிலில் கொண்டு வருகின்ற அறிவிப்புகள் எதிர்க்கட்சிகளை தான் ஓட விடுவார். இன்று நம்முடைய ஆளுநரையே ஓட விட்டார் நம்முடைய தலைவர் அவர்கள்.
Let's take a look at these pictures. Now, unprecedented scenes inside the assembly where this showdown was triggered. The Chief Minister was actually given his speech, as you can see on your screens. Now, the allies of the DMK and the ruling alliance cheered him on. During this time, the governor, R.N. Ravi, gets up from his chair and then starts to walk out of the assembly. This of the ruling DMK inside the house. So, these are pictures of Governor R.N. Ravi, who is in the eye of the storm, who actually walked out of the assembly. A very, very public showdown that was there for all of us to see. Unprecedented scenes in every sense. Earlier, when the governor also wanted to give his inaugural speech, the DMK also staged a walkout. So this is a situation where there is a tit for tat, essentially, which is ongoing. Pramod Madhav has been tracking that tamasha that we've been witnessing for days together now, that played out, Pramod, in the most ugly fashion yesterday inside the assembly, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It was high drama yesterday in the assembly, and it looks like it is still continuing because now DMK leaders are bragging about what exactly happened yesterday. They are appreciating the Chief Minister for what he did, because keeping the governor inside the assembly, he brought in a motion, and surprisingly, this resolution, it only took a maximum of 10 minutes for them to draft this resolution, and he read this resolution as the governor was inside, only coming to know after that the governor walked away from the place, and then the minister, Udayanidhi comes forward and he's mocking the governor, claiming that earlier the Chief Minister's announcements only made the opposition parties walk away or run away, but right now, yesterday, he had made the governor itself run away. So all these high dramas happening as we speak, and across city there are various posters that claims the hashtag Get Out Ravi as well.
Pramod, what next? Because there is a growing chorus now that the governor must be recalled. The DMK is really not mincing any words. Give us a sense of what's going to happen. It does appear for the moment to me that the governor pretty much is digging in his heels.
Well, for one thing, very clearly, the governor is not bothered about all this, because yesterday, even when the allied party MLAs of DMK were raising slogans against him inside the assembly, he did not stop his speech. He was continuing his speech, but he became, at one point, he had to leave. Only that when the Chief Minister, that too in an unprecedented manner, got up from his seat and brought in a resolution that was against the governor. So it looks like the governor is ready to take in more jabs right now, but definitely there is going to be some kind of issue because BJP has very well condemned it and claimed that the governor is not here to read the propaganda statement of DMK. That's how Annamalai has reacted to it. Everyone are waiting to watch what will be the next step of the governor here.
Thanking you for the moment, Pramod Madhav, getting us all of those details as far as this escalation is concerned. Some news coming in. Siddaramaiah to contest 2023 polls from Kolar after Siddaramaiah announced his own candidature. Chief Minister Bomay takes a jibe with the Congress leader, saying that choosing Kolar is Siddha's choice. People watch every move of Netas and decide. Yesterday, in fact, remember, Siddaramaiah was there at Kolar and there was a mega show of strength. He's now announced that he is contesting from Kolar.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಜನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನೋಡಿ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಯ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯ ನಡೆ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಜನ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಡೆ ನುಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಕಡೆಗೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
North India is shivering in severe cold wave now. Low temperatures and poor visibility have crippled life across cities, affecting communication, forcing schools to extend breaks. According to satellite imagery and available visibility data, the fog layer has extended from Punjab and adjoining northwest Rajasthan to Bihar, across Haryana, Chandigarh, Delhi, UP. As dense fog enveloped most northern cities, very low visibility was recorded in many cities. In Punjab, Bhatinda recorded visibility of 0. Also in Chandigarh, and Amritsar was at 25 meters. It's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, countdown to SRK's Pathan trailer release. Amid massive controversy over Besharam Rang song, SRK Magic set to hit screens on the 25th of January.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams.
The equity market is a dynamic space that needs sharper insights and perfect timing. What stock, what fund, what to pick and what to sell.
How do you make money on the markets? And what are the superior strategies for a winning portfolio?
Your questions answered by 30 years
of undisputed leadership.
only at the Market Today Summit.
Looks like we have a new couple in town. That's right, Vijay Varma and Tamanna are making heads turn after they were spotted together at a New Year party in Goa. In fact, in this video, which is going viral on social media, they are seen hugging, kissing, dancing together and having a gala time too. Strange, but these visuals have got rumor mill abuzz, with fans speculating a possible relationship between the two, more so as they were spotted leaving Mumbai together for New Year's celebrations. And before this, also grabbed eyeballs as they attended Diljit Dosanjh's concert in the city in December. On work front, Tamanna made her acting debut with Chandsa Roshan Chehra in 2005 opposite Sameer Aftab. She was last seen on OTT Space with Bubbly Bouncer, directed by Madhur Bhandarkar, and this year she will star opposite Nawazuddin Siddiqui in Bole Churiyan. Vijay Varma, on the other hand, made his feature film debut with Chittagong in 2012.
और घर पहुंच के ना मेरा वाला काम कर देना आपको फोन पे जो बोला था ना मैंने.
He's also known for his work in films such as Pink, Monsoon Shootout, Manto, Gully Boy and the Ghost Stories anthology.
पप्पू पप्पू पाकिट मार बोलने रे इजी है कैसा है.
He was last seen in OTT movie Darlings with Alia Bhatt.
हाथ खोल साली तो जान से जाएगी.
किधर जा रहे ली?
And now is all set to be seen in Sujay Ghosh's The Devotion of Suspect X with Kareena Kapoor Khan and Jaideep Alawat. Not sure how serious their dating game is, but for now, all eyes are on Vijay and Tamanna as they brought in 2023 in each other's company. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
meant to provide comfort and safety. Women turn to sanitary pads in those difficult days of a month. But sanitary pads are not all that safe, is what the study has found. Environmental watchdog Toxic Links has found that all popular sanitary napkins sold in India, whether organic or synthetic, contain high amounts of chemicals, prompting various diseases. These chemicals can even cause infertility. The study has found the presence of several phthalates, chemicals that can harm reproductive and neurological organs. Another finding suggests that sanitary napkins also contain volatile organic compounds that can cause paralysis and memory loss.
The health impact of these chemicals are pretty well known, and in spite of that, these chemicals were present in all products that we tested. And that's, as I said, that's the cause of worry. In absence of proper standards in India, these were some of the leading brands that we tested.
What then is the way out? Sanitary napkins are essential commodities. What should you use then?
Even in our study, we haven't really tested all kinds of products. We've tested 10 pads, which contain organic as well as inorganic. But I think there is, that's why there is a lot of stress that we're putting on getting standards which are across menstrual products, not just for sanitary pads, but for all kinds of menstrual products.
Over 90% of women in India use disposable sanitary napkins, and the harmful effects can't be ignored anymore. You can switch to products like menstruation cup, which is reusable and is a one-time investment. Other alternatives are tampons. Different sizes of tampons are available in the market depending upon the flow of the blood during periods. So do your bit to keep yourself from falling prey to toxic chemicals out there.
You're watching an India Today special broadcast being brought to you from the stunning ski resort of Klosters, Davos.
The 53rd World Economic Forum is back at the snow-clad slopes of Davos. The smartest minds gather to debate the world's biggest challenges: energy crisis, industry headwinds, geopolitical risks, social vulnerabilities. India Today and Business Today are at ground zero to bring you all the action. Catch top corporate tycoons, politicians and intellectuals as they discuss cooperation in a fragmented world. Watch the Davos brainstorm only on India Today and Business Today TV.
Some news just coming in. A poster war between the BJP and TMC has erupted in Bengal this time. Amid the Ganga Sagar Aarti showdown in the state, BJP starts a poster war against Mamata Banerjee. Taking a jibe at unemployment in Bengal, BJP says don't ask for jobs. TMC has sold all of them. Chakri mat mangna, wo bech diya. Well, that is the BJP's poster against Mamata Banerjee, saying that don't even ask for jobs to be created because it's the Mamata Banerjee government that has sold all of them. And it's a poster war that has erupted between the BJP and the TMC amid the Ganga Sagar controversy as well. Surya Agni has more details on that. Surya Agni, in fact, the sense really is that as far as the politics around the Ganga Sagar Mela is concerned, it's going to only escalate further, and this is the clearest indication of the same, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, Sneha. And, the BJP, they are, hell-bent on the fact that they will go ahead with today's, with their itinerary for today. That is, that they will, conduct the Ganga Aarti that they wanted to, despite not having, permission from the police. If we just look at the official statement that was issued, wherein the permission was denied because, firstly, because many pilgrims have arrived at that particular spot for Ganga Sagar and they will be heading towards Ganga Sagar. So, according to the police, there might be traffic issues and commotion over there if another event is conducted over there. And secondly, because, G20 meetings are happening in the state, especially in Kolkata, till tomorrow. So, added police force cannot be used for this particular event for today. So this is what these are the two reasons that have been issued by the police over here for denying permission. They have stated that post the G20 meeting, the BJP can ask for a permission, and the BJP and the police will look into that particular matter. But till the G20 the meetings are on, they have asked them not to conduct or go ahead with their plans of the Ganga Aarati that is scheduled for that the BJP wanted to conduct today. Yeah.
All right, Abul, thank you for the moment. Surya Agni getting us all of those details as far as the latest tamasha between the BJP and the TMC is concerned, and poster wars have now started. Now, what's really going on in the state of Bengal as far as the latest showdown is concerned? This is about the upcoming Ganga Sagar Mela. The Kolkata police has denied permission to the BJP for holding the Ganga Aarti today. Denying this permission, the police said this program would actually derail the traffic plans. Meanwhile, claiming that the police denied the permission purposely, the state BJP in charge, Sukanta Majumdar, has said he will go and take part in the Aarti. The Bengal unit of the BJP had sought police permission to conduct the Aarti. Mamata Banerjee is scheduled to inaugurate the Ganga Sagar Mela today itself.
দেখুন আগামীকাল আমাদের গঙ্গা আরতি করার কথা ছিল বাবুঘাটে, এবং সেখানে পুলিশ পারমিশন দেয়নি। পুলিশ উদ্দেশ্য প্রণোদিতভাবে এই কাজগুলো করছে এবং এদের উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে হিন্দুদের যে কোনো অনুষ্ঠানে বাধা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করা। আমরা যাব সেখানে, আমি যাব এবং আমি গঙ্গা আরতি করব, পুলিশ চেষ্টা করবে তার মতো।
Tanashahi mindset and culture, and this is on full display when permission has been denied for Ganga Aarti. What can be the problem against this? But unfortunately, because of vote bank politics, the Farman has been issued and the Tanashahi mindset and culture has once again put a ban on Ganga Aarti. This shows how low some people can go for vote bank politics.
Why should you prevent the BJP from performing the Ganga Aarti? This is appeasement politics, is what the BJP is alleged against the TMC. Mamata Banerjee is going to be inaugurating the Ganga Sagar Mela today. The BJP has been unable to get permission to do the Aarti. However, as you heard from the BJP, they've said we're going to go do it and let the police handle the situation. The police has said there's going to be a problem as far as the traffic congestion is concerned, and that's the reason why this permission has been denied. This is appeasement politics, is what the BJP says. Rahul Gandhi has stoked a controversy by comparing the RSS to Kauravas. This time, the Congress MP said India's 21st century Kauravas hold lathis in hand, wear half pants and attend shakas. A political storm over the remark has ensued. Our next report gets you all the details. Chali, chali, Bharat jodo, yatra chali, 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 Bharat jodo, yatra chali, chali, chali.
Bharat Jodo in Haryana after covering 10 states. Day 115. On the land known for the Battle of Mahabharat, the Gandhi scion uses the analogy from the great ancient epic to target the RSS and the BJP.
कौरव कौन थे भैया? कौरव के हाथ में, कौरवों के हाथ में 21वीं सदी के कौरव बता देता हूं। 21वीं सदी के कौरव हाफ पैंट, खाकी हाफ पैंट पहनते हैं, हाथ में लाठी लिए होते हैं और शाखा लगाते हैं। उनके साइड में, उनकी तरफ हिंदुस्तान के 2-3 सबसे अमीर अरबपति कौरवों के साथ खड़े हैं।
His refrain about the BJP's alleged pro-capitalist policy echoed once again in Haryana.
नोटबंदी किसने करवाई? गलत जीएसटी किसने लागू की? किसके लिए की गई और किसके खिलाफ की गई, ये आप समझिए। नोटबंदी, गलत जीएसटी नरेंद्र मोदी ने जरूर साइन किया, मगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी की शक्ति ने गलत जीएसटी, नोटबंदी नहीं लागू करवाई। हिंदुस्तान के 2-3 अरबपतियों की शक्ति ने, इन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री का हाथ चलाया।
The 52-year-old Congress MP repeated his Tapasvi versus Pujari remark barely a day after he used the same analogy to hit out at the BJP and its ideological compass RSS.
ये आरएसएस वाले हर हर महादेव तो कभी नहीं कहते। अब देखो, नोट करो, कभी नहीं कहते ये। क्यों नहीं कहते? नहीं, मैंने सोचा इसके बारे में, क्यों नहीं कहते? हर हर महादेव क्यों नहीं कहते? नहीं, क्योंकि शिव जी तपस्वी थे और ये हिंदुस्तान की तपस्या पे आक्रमण कर रहे हैं, इसलिए हर हर महादेव नहीं कह सकते। मगर बात मैं जय सिया राम की कर रहा हूं। यहां पे राम 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 सुना मैंने, राम राम, जय सिया राम। अब जय सिया राम ये कभी नहीं कहते। इन्होंने सीता जी को नारे से निकाल दिया, उठा के बाहर फेंक दिया, कहा हम नहीं कहेंगे। ये हमारी हिस्ट्री, हमारे संस्कार, हमारे इतिहास के खिलाफ काम किया इन्होंने।
The BJP has responded. Its spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla tweeted out the party's counter point by point, clip by clip. The BJP was also quick to highlight the Prime Minister's various visits and initiatives at ancient Shiva shrines and attacked Rahul Gandhi's dynastic roots.
परंतु राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि ये देश तपस्वियों का सम्मान नहीं करता। मैं सम्मान करता हूं, परंतु ये देश पुजारियों का नहीं है, ये देश तपस्वियों का है। तपस्या और तपस्वियों का सम्मान करना बहुत अच्छी बात है, पर इसके लिए पुजारियों को अपमानित करना, उसके लिए पुजारियों को इस प्रकार से वक्तव्य देना उसके विषय में, क्या ये राहुल गांधी की मानसिकता को नहीं दिखाता?
A nationwide run and recurrent run-ins with the BJP and its parent organization. Bureau Report, India Today.
Some news just coming in. A big terror plot has been busted in Kolkata. Another terror suspect has been arrested after 2 ISIS terrorists were nabbed in Kolkata. Ex-Simi activists arrested from Madhya Pradesh. A man had links with the main accused in this case. Surya Agni is going to be with us. He is with us for the very latest. Surya Agni, just talk to us a little about this third man who's been apprehended and the plot that they were working on. An ex-Simi activist has been arrested from Madhya Pradesh. Surya Agni has more on that. Surya Agni, talk to us about this third man who's now been arrested and also about the plot. Okay, we'll try and go back to Surya Agni for more on that story for the time being. We're moving on to more developments. Let's take a look. Countdown for Pathan trailer has begun and the wait is all set to be over. The trailer is going to be out at 11 o'clock and the makers of Pathan are keeping the fans hooked by sharing a new poster of the film. The trailer launch comes amid all the controversies that Pathan has found itself in. It releases in 15 days. Fans can't keep calm. It is to see what changes come in movie, as has been directed by the censor board. It's after 5 years that Shah Rukh Khan is going to be returning to the silver screen. Protests, fringe groups hitting the streets, burning effigies and agitation. The Pathan movie has seen all of it before the release of its trailer. Here's a lowdown on what really transpired ever since the release of Besharam Rang song that pretty much created mayhem across the country.
It all began with this song. Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone starrer Pathan has been embroiled in controversies ever since the release of Besharam Rang song. Who would have thought that a saffron-coloured, bikini-clad actor would draw massive flack from the fringe Hindutva groups? Relentless protests rocked the country and created mayhem over the so-called depiction of a Muslim man with a woman in saffron. From burning effigies of the stars to posters being torn in the malls, the film has seen all forms of protest and hooliganism. Much to the shock of many, the censor board asked the makers of Pathan to trim those parts which have offended certain sections of society, saying that India's culture and faith are glorious. Censor board chief Rasoon Joshi urged the filmmakers to respect that. Pathan isn't the first film to feature an actor in saffron attire. Bhool Bhulaiya and De Danadan are among the plethora of movies which featured saffron-attired actors in no less steamy scenes. Bureau Report, India Today.
With that, it's time for a break here. On the other side, Rohit clears the air on his T20I future. We're getting that complete report on the other side.
It's the season of love and romance in Bollywood. Not one, not two, but too many Bollywood celebrities are painting the town red with their romance rumors. Ananya Pandey and Aditya Roy Kapoor have been giving major hints, sparking romance rumors. From being spotted in parties together to more recently when they were seen cheering for their favorite team at the FIFA World Cup 2022. Speculation started after Aditya Roy Kapoor and Ananya Pandey jetted off to Qatar to attend the FIFA World Cup semi-finals along with actors Sanjay Kapoor, Chunky Pandey and Shanaya Kapoor. Earlier in October, Kriti Sanon hosted a Diwali party where the who's who of Bollywood marked their presence. Aditya and Ananya were also a part of the bash. In fact, a picture of them sharing a conversation also leaked online. And since then, their dating rumors spread online like wildfire. The very next day at Manish Malhotra's Diwali bash, the duo even came in matching attires as they posed together for the paparazzi. But it all began at Karan Johar's 50th birthday party, and the same was confirmed by Dharma head honcho himself during his chat show Coffee with Karan.
What's brewing between you and Aditya Roy Kapoor? Oh. I saw at my party that you were... No, you didn't see anything.
Sara Ali Khan and Shubman Gill have also got the gossip mills running with their dating rumors. And not too long ago, Shubman, during his appearance at a celebrity chat show which was hosted by Sonam Bajwa, had slyly hinted at their dating rumors. Yes, the young cricketer playfully answered, maybe, upon being asked whether he's dating Sara. Not only this, but even on his birthday, friends teased him with cryptic wishes that involved Sara's name in it. Now, if you jog your memory, the rumors of their relationship started after a video of Sara and Shubman having dinner together went viral in August 2022. In fact, another video surfaced in October which showed them sitting next to each other on a flight. Sara was seen leaving a hotel lobby while sporting a pink tank top. As she left, the camera zoomed around to see someone who appeared to be Shubman prompting online speculations. Both Shubman Gill and Sara Ali Khan are at the peak of their respective careers and they surely make for a good couple.
Welcome back. Now, amid reports of Indian captain Rohit Sharma no longer being in the scheme of things for T20 internationals, the Indian captain has now cleared the air. Ahead of the ODI series against Sri Lanka, Rohit said he's not given up on the T20 format. He also said that the team management is looking at the ODI World Cup, which will happen later this year, and that the decision to not play him in the T20Is is to manage his workload.
World Cup year for us, 50-over World Cup. And for some of the guys, it's not possible to play all forms. And if you look at the schedule, matches are back-to-back. So we decided on, just looking at some players' workload. We wanted to make sure that we give them enough break time and manage them. So, and I definitely fall in that as well. And we'll see what happens after IPL. But certainly, I've not decided to give up the format.
Well, that report brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
A B.Tech graduate in Madhya Pradesh is scripting a success story in dairy farming. Anil Patidar from Modi village, located 45 kilometers away from Agar Malwa district headquarters, chose to stay close to his roots and started his dairy in 2018.
मैंने सन 2014 में बीटेक किया है आरजीपी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से और आज मेरे पास मैंने सोचा पहले कि जॉब में तो खुद का बिजनेस रहेगा नहीं, दूसरों के अंडर में काम करना पड़ेगा। मैंने डेयरी फार्म स्टार्ट किया, 8 गायों से मैंने शुरुआत की और आज मेरे पास 100 से 105 गायें हैं।
From cutting fodder to milking cows, Patidar relies on machines to manage his business. The venture that started with 4 cows now has more than 100. The business, he claims, is making big profit.
मेरे पास 600 से 700 लीटर दूध पर डे का रहता है।
कितना होता है आमदनी क्या?
अब इसमें सर 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है। मान लो जैसे कि 600 लीटर दूध है, 40 रुपये लीटर के हिसाब से जोड़ा अपन ने तो 24,000 का दूध हुआ। तो इसमें 60% मेरी इनकम है और 40% मेरा। हाँ।
Patidar claims one of the reasons to start his own dairy was to supply unadulterated milk. He claims many in the region are following his footsteps. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. It's 2023, and India remains the sole shining star in the global economy. So what lies ahead as the Modi government prepares its last full budget before the 2024 general elections? Join the biggest names in business journalism, decoding the jargon with the biggest newsmakers. From the most credible, in-depth analysis of Budget 2023, turn into Modinomics 2023 through the month. Only on India Today and Business Today Television, gold standard of business journalism.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
You're watching an India Today special broadcast being brought to you from the stunning ski resort of Klosters, Davos.
The 53rd World Economic Forum is back at the snow-clad slopes of Davos. The smartest minds gather to debate the world's biggest challenges: energy crisis, industry headwinds, geopolitical risks, social vulnerabilities. India Today and Business Today are at ground zero to bring you all the action. Catch top corporate tycoons, politicians and intellectuals as they discuss cooperation in a fragmented world. Watch the Davos brainstorm only on India Today and Business Today TV.
In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. Goa-bound flight from Moscow makes emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar after bomb threat. No bomb found. Flight to take off at 10:30 a.m. Joshi Mutt on the verge of collapse. Nearly 700 homes marked unsafe. Rescue and relief operations intensified. Three-phase rescue plan launched.
Rahul Gandhi's another run-in with the RSS BJP. Rahul uses Mahabharat analogy to target Sangh, likens the ruling party with wealthy Kauravas. BJP Aarti permission near Gangasagar Mela blocked in Bengal. Cops deny permission, cite traffic congestion. Mamata to inaugurate Mela on same day of Aarti. Protests across Tamil Nadu against governor over his walkout from the assembly. Get out Ravi posters emerge across the state, trends on social media. And countdown to SRK's Pathan trailer release amid massive row over Besharam Rang song. SRK Magic set to hit screens on January 25th. And news coming in at the top of the hour, no bombs found in Moscow-Goa. Flight checking operations by bomb squad concludes. Collector says bags of flyers checked thoroughly. Collector also says that emergency landing was done at 9:30 p.m. last night. He says all passengers were Russians. So now the team at Jamnagar Airport has confirmed that no bomb has been found, as was the threat on the Goa-bound Moscow flight. The flight made an emergency landing at Jamnagar Airport in Gujarat at about 9:30 p.m. last evening. All passengers on board the flight were Russians. All their bags have been checked thoroughly. All bags checked thoroughly. Operations now by the bomb squad have concluded. They have sanitized the aircraft. They have checked every nook and corner of the aircraft, including all the luggage of the passengers on board, and they've concluded that there is no bomb or any sort of threat which was on the flight. Of course, that will be a matter of investigation vis-a-vis local agencies as to what exactly was the threat and whether it was a hoax or not. But listen into what the collector, the local collector from Jamnagar said.
બધાને ત્યાંથી ફ્લાઇટમાંથી કાઢીને પછી ફ્લાઇટનું આખી ડિટેલ્ડ સર્ચ કરવામાં આવી હતી. આમાં પોલીસની સાથે બાકી સર્ચ એજન્સીઝ પ્લસ રાત્રે એનએસજી કમાન્ડોઝ પણ એનએસજીની ટીમ્સ પણ દિલ્હી અને અમદાવાદથી માં જોઈન થઈ હતી. એમને ડિટેલ્ડ જે છે એની ચેક કરવામાં આવી હતી અને સવાર સુધીમાં જે પેસેન્જર્સ એમના બધા લગેજ ચેકડ ઇન બેગેજ આ બધાની પ્રોપર તપાસણી થઈ અને અત્યારે જે છે ફ્લાઇટને ક્લિયર કરી દેવામાં આવ્યું છે. આગળની ફોર્માલિટીઝ પૂરી કરીને ફ્લાઇટને આગળ એમના જે ડેસ્ટિનેશન છે ગોવા એમાં એ આગળ સેમ ફ્લાઇટમાં જશે.
So that was, of course, the local collector. He was basically saying that the police agencies were assisted by the NSG last night. They, in fact, checked the aircraft thoroughly, and this morning the bags of the flyers were checked as well, and now they've been given an all clear this morning.
नगर के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट सौरभ बार्गी सर कल जो है जामनगर में घटना घटी है, जो इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट का जामनगर एयरपोर्ट पे लैंडिंग हुआ है, वो फ्लाइट कहाँ से आई थी और किस तरह से वहाँ उसको लैंडिंग करवाया गया?
ये एक मॉस्को से गोवा की चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट थी. इसमें 244 पैसेंजर शामिल थे एंड बॉम्ब थ्रेट के बाद में इन्हें जामनगर में इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग कराई गई थी. बट बाकी हम लोगों के जो सर्च ऑपरेशन था, एक्सटेंसिव सर्च ऑपरेशन कल रात भर चला, उसके बाद में इसमें कोई भी संदिग्ध वस्तु नहीं पाई गई है एंड एनएसजी और बाकी एजेंसियों द्वारा इसे क्लियर कर दिया.
करीब कितनी एजेंसियां थी जो इस बॉम्ब थ्रेट के हिसाब से चेकिंग के लिए रखी गई थी?
ऑलमोस्ट सारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसीज, डिफेंस फोर्सेस भी एंड एनएसजीज की कमांडो टीम भी थे. ये इसमें ऑपरेशन में हमारे साथ में जुड़ी हुई थी और रात भर के ऑपरेशन के बाद ये ऑपरेशन क्लियर हो चुका है.
एनएसजी का ऑपरेशन काफ़ी लंबा चला, तो एनएसजी ने किस तरह से क्लियरेंस दिया है और काफ़ी जो कुछ ऐसे संदिग्ध वस्तु या कोई आदमी इसमें से कोई पैसेंजर संदिग्ध आपका NSG को मिला है कि नहीं?
नहीं, उनकी स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर के हिसाब से सभी वस्तुओं की चेकिंग हुई थी और इसमें ऐसी कोई भी संदिग्ध वस्तु नहीं पाई गई।
सभी यात्री थे वो इंटरनेशनल ट्रैवल कर रहे थे, जबकि जामनगर का एयरपोर्ट है वो एक डोमेस्टिक एयरपोर्ट है, तो यात्रियों की सुविधा के लिए लोकल प्रशासन ने क्या क्या यहाँ पे व्यवस्थाएं की थी?
लोकल प्रशासन ने यात्रियों के कंफर्ट के लिए थोड़ी व्यवस्थाएं की थी, नॉर्मल बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ जो यात्रियों को प्रदान की जाती है, एंड हमारी स्पेस कंस्टेंट के साथ में हम लोग जितना उनको कंफर्ट करा सके हम लोगों ने करने का प्रयत्न किया था।
आगे ये फ्लाइट कब पूरा क्लियरेंस मिलेगा और यहाँ से गोवा के लिए कब यहाँ से जामनगर से कब गोवा के लिए निकलेगी?
हम लोग जल्दी एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि ATC और बाकी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज की फॉर्मेलिटीज़ पूरी करके फ्लाइट जल्द से जल्द यहाँ से निकलने का।
ये थे जामनगर के डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट सौरभ पारगी, जो बता रहे थे कि अभी तक ये जो फ्लाइट थी, जो मॉस्को गोवा की फ्लाइट थी, वो फ्लाइट में कुछ भी संदिग्ध नहीं मिला है। NSG का जो लास्ट क्लियरेंस है उसके लिए वेट करें, लास्ट क्लियरेंस आने के बाद ये फ्लाइट को तुरंत यहाँ से यात्रियों के साथ गोवा के लिए रवाना कर दी जाएगी।
So that is, of course, the all clear which the district administration of Jamnagar has given to that aircraft where there was a suspected bomb. There was a threat call which was received, after which this chartered flight going from Moscow to Goa made an emergency landing last evening at the Jamnagar airport. Now it's been given the all clear to take off again from Jamnagar for Goa. Now, news coming in from Joshi Mutt. Preparations for the demolition activity in Joshi Mutt have begun. STRF top officials are briefing the team that will begin the demolition activity at the two damaged hotels, Mount View and Malari Inn. Demolition activity is to take place in a phase-wise manner. Traffic police will be blocking traffic movement along the area. And in fact, Uttarakhand Police is to handle the law and order situation as well. SDRF will overview the demolition activities. Remember that these were two hotels that virtually collided with each other because of the land subsidence. And now the SDRF is to oversee the demolition of these two hotels, Mount View and Malari Inn. These are part of the preparations that are being done in order to ensure that there is minimum damage in the area or further damage in the area. My colleague Ashutosh is joining me live on this. Ashutosh, bring us up to speed with what's happening on the ground.
Well, today is the day when the demolition process is supposed to begin. But what I see here is the pre-demolition exercise has already been started by the administration. Now, this is literally a mountain task to raise down these two commercial sites, these two hotels, which are literally falling in threat zone, in the risk zone. Now, let me also show you the images. That cracks that was developed in these between the main road and the hotels. This has grown for last late night, and there is a slight bigger than what it was till yesterday. So that's now remain a major challenge. So this is one property, and right behind there is another property. And here if you see how these two hotel and these structure have tilted close to each other, and another structure which is tilting towards its back. So on the other side there was a residential society, there were residential areas, and around 50-60 people were living here, and this is the passage which was being used by the locals to commute from one place to another. Now this structure explains these images how it is tilted to each other. And now what I also see, overhead wires, though the power supply, electricity supply has already been cut off totally, now the overhead wires and the main cable connection, the electricity cables are being detached here, and this is to prevent any further tragedy here. So this is that why I see a pre-demolition exercise that is being carried out here in Joshi Mutt. They are the SDRF team, the manpower is already deployed here. Also, the structures, those are falling in these particular 4 wards which are declared as a threat zone, risk zone, have been marked totally red. People have totally been evacuated there are certain properties still left. People are collecting their belongings, leftover, whatever, because every evening they leave from this place. They are relocated to certain places like Nagar Palika complex and several other places. But however, they come in the morning back again to collect their belongings, and by what is expected in a couple of days, they all will desert this entire place. A city, a holy city, which was placed by Shankaracharya, is now literally the people. Never one could imagine whether it is a natural tragedy or a man-made disaster. That still, their deliberation will take. But there have been several reports how, the city is literally sitting on a volcanic catastrophic scenery. And today what Joshi is seeing is exactly what is happening. Never expected. However, there have been alarming reports by the environment, there are experts, that there has to be certain measures taken to prevent this fragile structure of Uttarakhand mountains. But now what we see today is the beginning, how we see the structure being demolished, the residential properties, the commercial properties, often very crowded during the summers when the religious Badrinath pilgrimage begins, and during the winters it is very famous for the ski resort, for the winter games here in Oli. This time this is totally like to be affected, and there will be barely any footfall because of this current crisis. So what I see here, the manpower, now the survey is being done, Reiki process is being done, because this is going to be really a big challenge to demolish two whole buildings. Right behind there's a river falling apart, and also there are certain houses located. However, since it falls totally in risk zone, the only effort at the moment is that when these structures are raised down, there should not be major damage to the strategic road, because this strategic road which connects the rest part of Dehradun and the other districts of Joshimath to the Mana border. So this is the strategic border road. So that's remain a major challenge. Now we are being asked to vacate this place. The authorities are requesting us to maintain certain distance from this structure which will be raised down, and overhead wires being cut off. So they're requesting this could harm anyone, hence they're requesting everyone to vacate this place. This is what we are seeing in Joshimath is unexpected.
Absolutely. Ashutosh, again, for our viewers who are possibly just joining in, how is this demolition activity being planned? How are they going to carry it out? Because you already mentioned about how they don't want to cause any sort of damage to the road, which is an arterial road of sorts, leading, in fact, people into Uttarakhand via Joshimath from Dehradun itself. So how are they going to go about this demolition activity? If you could explain that.
So, when we talk about demolishing or raising down a structure, then we remind what had happened in Noida when more than a 28 feet structure was raised down, entire building was raised down. This will be totally different than that, because here in the joining place there are no residential areas where people are living in. So if you see these cracks, this entire around a 50-meter stretch has been declared a risk zone. Everyone has evacuated. We are on the other side of the road. This is also falling in the risk zone. But when this structure raised down, particularly, of course, this will be hammered, drilled, and the proper typical, conventional method of demolition will be used. But when this structure falls down, right literally it's back, there is no locality. People have been evacuated because that area also falling under the risk zone. They have been evacuated. So there is no possibility of losing any lives or risk to any lives. Hence, it will be safe to raise down. However, the challenge is because structure, it has also two floor under the basement area. And when you create any structure, you drill it literally 30-40 feet with a segment with a concrete structure to support your hotel or any property that you make. So when it goes apart, the only risk is when it goes literally tilt towards backside and raise down, will there be any damage to this main road? And that's exactly why the survey and the Reiki process is being done. What will be the safest way method? Because the moment they raise it down, this will be also challenging also to, take down the debris from here. This should not be kept here at this place. As it is already said, the Joshi Mutt is already made on a debris-like structure when a large part of mountain was collapsed, and this is where the Joshi Mutt was made. Hence, all the precautions are being taken. The survey is being done. Expert authorities have been working regularly overnight. We have seen high levels meeting being carried out by Chief Minister's office, by Prime Minister's office. These are the announcements being made, and they're appealing everyone to clear the road because there could be loss to the lives. Because we see many journalists covering this entire tragedy here in Joshimath. Now the authorities are asking everyone to vacate this place. We also maintaining a safe distance because that's how that could hamper probably their work. So we are vacating now this place, going to the other side. We'll bring you the camera a little far from that side. We shouldn't hamper their process of this demolition. And now what we expected that after the Reiki process, because this is literally going to be risk even for the lives of to the SDRF personals and those personals who will be carrying out this exercise, because they'll have to literally risk their life going inside and the check the gaps there. What could be the possibly potential, those points where they could put drilling and hammering. So that will be literally a difficult task, which has just started here in Joshi Mutt. But this is just first day and the first phase. What is, after this, there will be any further aftermath? Will there be expansion in the further area where we are seeing the cracks in Joshi Mutt? That is yet unknown, Paulami.
Right. Ashutosh, again, for the benefit of our viewers who are just possibly tuning in at the moment, why is this demolition activity happening? What have the officials on the ground assessed so far as a result of the land subsidence that is happening in the area of Joshi Mutt, the cracks that have developed in the roads, in buildings? Why is this demolition activity happening?
So, for the last 3 months, people have been complaining of there have been cracks in their walls. And that was gradually started growing. And now how these cracks came upon? There are multiple theories being given, including one, that Tapoon hydro project, where the water has now literally, making this structure fragile. This is how the cracks started developing in the structure. Even on the main roads there, you see, this is just a, major crack between the property and the main road. Now, similar crack that what we are seeing is not just one place, but even at the commercial properties and the structure. There you see the property that will be demolished, and the other side, those construction, those structures which are also under risk. Look at this. Now, one can easily see through these images, which doesn't require any explanation. That's the main pillar, this is the wall. When we create any structure, these two are always closer. Now, you see, there's less than just a fit gap. This is how the cracks develop. Now, if you go further, I'll bring you the camera here. Of course, it's a bit risky, but this is for the better benefit of our viewers. There you see the cracks literally growing all this part. And this is how the entire structure came under the risk. Now, it was anticipated that this could collapse any moment, any day, any time. Now, hundreds of the families are living here. Look at this. That's how the cracks they have been complaining about. And because of that, since it has no further support, and when it collapses, number of people living inside, in these houses, in these structures, there was tremendous threat to their lives. Now, we just crossed one hotel commercial property. I'm entering to a residential property. Right above there this is how the people in the mountains live. They made a house. Look at these cracks. This is what people have been complaining for last 3 months. And this is the key reason why this was declared with this mark as a risk factor. Now, around 600 houses. I'm just entering. Look at this. Do you see the cracks? So this is not just minor crack which can be ignored or avoided. I'm taking you inside a structure. Door I can't open, though. See, this have been, people made this house from their hard-earned money. They have their agricultural field here. They have been living here for years, for generations. Now they all have to vacate this place. There you see these cracks. This is something that people could not ignore, and they have been complaining, and this has been happening for last 3 months. And there have been environmentalists and experts who have been alarming about, who have been warning about this, the kind of construction activities, the kind of projects being carried out in fragile mountains of Uttarakhand and this Himalayan region. This could potentially bring risk any day. And today what we are seeing is the day when we see this is literally happening. So there you see hundreds of the people are living on this terrain. This is the mountain terrain, the hilly terrain of Joshi Mutt. And now what we see, all these structures across the road will be demolished. And what we see in the first phase, what the survey has been done, around 600 such properties been marked and monitored. Now, there are other districts, other places where people are also complaining there have been cracks. And I remember when this rainy incident happened near the NTPC, there was a massive tragedy, and there also people have been complaining that there are cracks developed in their houses. They have been demanding relocation. Remember, the relocation in Uttarakhand has been a major concern for the people in several districts, be it Garhwal, be it Pauri, Garhwal region, Pauri, be it Tihri, Uttarkashi. or here in Chamoli. But that was always ignored. That always become election issues. But right after elections, you know, the political parties, the establishment, they always forget it. And then again in next election, they raise this issue. But today what we are seeing is literally alarming for Joshimath, because if it is happening in Joshimath, it could even happen in any part of the mountain area. And today what we are seeing in the Himalayan region of Uttarakhand, today it can potentially also damage Himachal Pradesh. And that's exactly why I always say this is a warning sign. This should be taken as a warning sign, and everything that work in the name of development or the projects being carried out, that need to be analyzed thoroughly. The impact has to be studied, and without carrying out those studies, such projects could be risky. Now, what is the reason? There are theories blaming NTPC project, Tapovan project. There are theories that because there is a weight-bearing capacity of any structure, including the fragile mountains of this Himalayan region of Uttarakhand. And since we have already overloaded the weight-bearing capacity, this was inevitable. Now, experts will tell further. There will be reports. What we know that, in more than a decade, there was a Mishra committee report. They have been also issuing warning. There are many experts who have always been warning about the structure, the creation, the construction, and the several projects in Uttarakhand that need to be thoroughly stored before moving. What we're seeing today is really unfortunate, and it's really very sad to see the people living for the generations have to leave this holy city, Joshimath. Polemy.
Right, Ashutosh, I'll let you catch a breath over there. If you and your camera person can just pan to the images, we'll just take our viewer through those images. Our viewers can see what is happening on the ground in Joshimath right now. Viewers, in a short while from now, the district officials, the SDRF teams that are present on the ground, you can see them on your camera screens at the moment. They will be demolishing 2 hotels in the area, which is Mount View and Malari Inn. Now, these hotels have become a risk factor because they've developed major cracks. You saw that report that Ashutosh brought to you from across the road. He went into a residential part of the area. He went into houses that residents have had to vacate and leave because they have developed massive cracks. And this is something locals allegedly have been complaining about for the last 3 months. And now push has come to shove. You can see how everything has in fact really come to a pass in Joshimath. Now demolition activity is being undertaken in order to ensure that minimum damage is done to structures in the area. So they're bringing down, literally bringing down 2 structures using conventional methods. You have seen what happened to that massive structure in Noida, which was deemed illegal. And then, of course, that was a different method. This is completely traditional in the way, conventional in the way that the authorities on the ground are going to demolish these 2 commercial hotels. My colleagues Amit Bharadwaj and Ashutosh are reporting from the scene itself, of course, putting themselves at some amount of risk being that close to the area, but surely they'll keep themselves safe. But you can see what is happening on the ground. Panic gripped Joshimath just a few days ago when many residents raised alarm bells about what was happening on the ground. The Chief Minister reached the ground as well. The Prime Minister's office took stock of the situation. And now you can see, you saw in that report that Ashutosh filed where the Red Cross mark has been put on buildings and structures that have been deemed unsafe, and several families have been evacuated from the area. So around these 2 hotels, which are to be demolished in a short while from now, families from around the area and those who've been living in the vicinity of this area have been removed as well. Ashutosh, if you've had a moment to catch your breath, again, you said that the residents in the area, the locals in the area have been complaining about these cracks that have been developing in the structures, in the buildings, in their houses, in the roads for the past 3 months. Anything specific, any sort of specific activity in the area, developmental activity in the area, which in fact was linked to these cracks that suddenly the locals started noticing and raised alarm bells over? Ashutosh, if you are able to hear me.
What I see, Polemy, here, the laborers have been called in with the conventional hammers and the drillers, and this will be used because the only aim is to prevent any kind of vibration, because if you use the mechanical drilling, that will possibly create a amount of vibration, and that could further damage to the property, and they already have to raise down. But since there will be manpower deployed, so there you see these laborers are here in amount of, along with the SDRF, who will also taking care of these laborers, and because more than 50-60 persons will be used here. So the first priority was to clear this wire, the overhead wires, the electricity wires. These are being cleared. Once it is cleared, these laborers will enter inside the building. Now that I see really a major risk, the proper, the structure, the building, the hotel building, which is already tilting almost two sides. Now these laborers will be entering at this structure to raise down this construction. Now that is also potentially risk even their own life. What we were told, that there will be proper study being done, proper Reiki will be done, and before raising out such structure. Now this will also lead to risk to these poor laborers who will be going to inside with these hammer. But though the process is not yet started, it's only the pre-demolition exercise at the moment being exercised by these officials here. So first declaring the area, the civilians have already been evacuated. Now all you see only the laborers here. Once this overhead wire clears, they will enter to raise down these two hotels which were chosen by the administration in the first phase. After demolition, these two, they will assess and analyze, are there further any property which are literally on the verge of falling, and if that is the case, so to prevent any further damage to the structural road or the other places, that will be raised down. But for now, what we see today is these first two structures, these hotels are going to be raised. But that's literally a challenging task and literally a very long, almost a mountain task that is being done here on these mountains. Polemy.
Right. Ashutosh, stay on with us. Ashutosh, of course, bringing us those live pictures from Joshi Mutt, where two hotels, Mount View and Malari Inn, will be shortly demolished by the authorities who are on the ground. They've conducted a recce. They've evacuated the civilians from the area, the vicinity of these two hotels. And in a short while from now, they will be bringing down these two structures that they deem completely unsafe. Now, speaking of the evacuation process which has been happening in Joshi Mutt, now people have been evacuated, are to be evacuated in 3 phases. 678 houses and 2 hotels have been in fact marked unsafe. So you saw that red cross which has been put on buildings. That is what has been done. 82 families have been moved to safer places. So that is a precautionary measure that the authorities on the ground have taken. Now, demolition of houses with cracks is to start soon. So they're going to bring down these structures, raise these structures to the ground because they're completely unsafe to live in anymore. Now, Joshi Mutt representatives also met with Chief Minister Dhami. Remember, Dhami was in Joshi Mutt as well a few days ago over the weekend in order to take stock of the situation. The Chief Minister has spoken to the Shankaracharya on the telephone as well. Also, what we know is that the Border Management Secretary has reached Joshi Mutt. So authorities are on the ground taking stock of the situation, and tender for building drainage systems is to be issued soon as well. So these are some of the measures which have been taken in the run-up to the demolition activity, which is to begin to start with those 2 hotels. Now, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had a special conversation with us on the Joshi Mutt sinking. Listen in.
ताज़ा सिचुएशन क्या है जोशी मठ में? जोशी मठ की ताज़ा हालात पर आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं? हमें ऐसी जानकारी मिल रही कि कई लोगों को आप अब वहां से निकालकर अन्य जगहों में लेकर जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी हम लोग तात्कालिक रूप से जो लोग उस खतरे की जद में आए हैं या जो प्रभावित हैं, ऐसे व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान हैं, मकान हैं, सब मिलाकर लगभग 678 हैं, और जो 81 परिवार हैं वो ज़्यादा प्रभावित हैं। उन सभी को सरकारी गेस्ट हाउस, होटलों इत्यादि में हमने अभी शिफ्ट किया है। अभी एनडीएमए के साथ, एसडीएमए के साथ अभी हमारी बैठक हुई है, और हम दीर्घकालिक जो योजना है, दीर्घकालिक जो पुनर्वास होना है, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने अभी चर्चा की है। जल्दी ही हम निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे कि आखिर ये पानी का जो रिसाव हो रहा है वो किस कारण से हो रहा है, कहाँ से हो रहा है, और आगे कितना प्रभावित होने वाला क्षेत्र है, और जो नया क्षेत्र है उसका सारा भूवैज्ञानिकों से सारा सर्वेक्षण कराने के बाद हम पुनर्वास की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और इसमें भारत सरकार का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो इस पर पूरी निगरानी कर रहे हैं, पूरा व्यक्तिगत रूप से उसको देख रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने सारी जानकारियां ली हैं और हर संभव हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया है, मदद का भरोसा दिया है, सहायता करने का उन्होंने कहा है कि हर प्रकार की सहायता की जाएगी। और राज्य सरकार पूरी तरह से लगातार इसकी मॉनिटरिंग कर रही है। मैं भी स्वयं मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे सारे लोग वहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं, सारे अधिकारीगण लगे हुए हैं, सारे हमारे जनप्रतिनिधिगण लगे हैं।
पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस का डिमांड है कि इसको नेशनल डिजास्टर अब घोषित किया जाए। क्या आप इस डिमांड को मान, शुड जोशीमठ सिचुएशन बी कॉल्ड अ नेशनल डिजास्टर? मिस्टर चीफ मिनिस्टर, क्या ऐसी नौबत आ गई है? इज दिस अ नेशनल डिजास्टर? क्या आप मानते हैं?
संसाधनों की कोई ऐसी कमी नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और पूरे केंद्र की सरकार ने हमको हर प्रकार से सहायता का भरोसा दिया है और सहायता कर रहे हैं। सारी टीमें यहाँ पर आ गई हैं, सब अपने सर्वेक्षण के काम में लग गई हैं, तो इसलिए संसाधनों की कोई कमी नहीं होने वाली। इस समय सबको मिलकर एक दिशा में चलना है कि जोशीमठ को बचाना है, जोशीमठ के लोगों को बचाना है।
So there you heard Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami speak exclusively to India Today. My colleague Ashutosh is on the ground right now. Those images of the hotel which is to be demolished shortly by the authorities and the SDRF teams on the ground. Ashutosh, take us through the live updates from the ground where you are. Ashutosh, can you hear me?
Yes, Paulami.
Yeah,
so, still, most of the people, particularly in the red zone, have already cleared. But what I see here, still there are few people who came this morning early to collect their belongings, and there are few people still living here. माजी, आप लोग गए क्यों नहीं अभी तक?
अभी बेटे हमारा कहाँ सामान रखे, कहाँ उठाए, कहाँ रखे?
But आपके घर को तो मार्क किया होता है. Even I can see the cracks here. Those are spotted in this house. अब crack आया हो?
खाने का वो नहीं हो रहा, ना टाइम मिला, ना लेबर मिली.
लेकिन मान अभी यहाँ वो तोड़ने जा रहे हैं, अगर भगवान न करे
तोड़ दो, कोई वो नहीं, हम यहीं पर रखेंगे।
तो उससे तो जान को खतरा है ना आपकी?
कोई बात नहीं, हम तो ये कमरा बगल में कहीं सो लेंगे। तो
आप जाएंगे नहीं यहाँ से?
ना,
आप भी यहीं रहेंगे?
और जब कहाँ जाना, किसके घर,
किसके
घर में जाना? कहीं उन्होंने इंतजाम कर रखा हमको, आप ये बताइए।
कह रहे हैं कहीं कैंप लगाया हुआ है, वहाँ रहने की व्यवस्था है।
अरे एक कमरा देंगे तो उसमें इतना सामान आएगा? मजाक बना रखा है उन्होंने। नेताओं के चक्कर में हम लोगों को पिसा जा रहा है। सुनिए मेरी बात, आज कान खुल के सुन लो। 2006 में मैंने सूचना अधिकार के तहत लगाया था कि शासन राजस्व विभाग ने मोटर रोड की भूमि को दोबारा कैसे बेचा है। राजस्व विभाग ने किसके आदेश से क्या है, लेकिन सूचना आयोग ने स्पष्ट लिखा है कि डीजीपीआर अपनी भूमिका सीमांकन करे, तुरंत अब वो काम ले, और लक्ष्मी प्रसाद का जितना पैसा बनता
वो अब जांच का विषय होगा। आज की तारीख में आप जहां रह रहे हैं ये गिर सकता है ना, आपकी जान को खतरा है। क्या आपके पीछे लाल निशान लगाया हुआ?
लाल निशान से क्या होगा? उन्होंने, प्रशासन ने हमको लेबर दे रखे, गाड़ी दे रखे,
सामान ले जाने के लिए मदद चाहिए आपको।
बगैर वो सामान कैसे जाएगा?
इनका कोई नहीं है, ये अकेले हैं, दोनों मियाँ बीबी हैं, बच्चे नहीं हैं इनके, तो कौन ले जाएगा इनका, कौन मदद करेगा इनकी?
बुजुर्ग हो गए, एक प्लस मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो गई, वो संपत्ति भी तो जा रही, मकान भी जा रहा है, उनका खुद की जो अपनी जिसमें आदमी सोता है, जिसमें उसने रजाई गद्दे हैं
से बनाया हुआ,
ठंड का फिर
भारी भी है,
मौसम ठंड का है, खेत बगीचे देखो, संतरे का पेड़ है सामने देखो, कितने देखो ना। अब वो मेंटली एक डिस्टर्ब हो गई, वो प्रशासन तो दबाव मार रहा है। गलती तो प्रशासन की भी है, पब्लिक की भी है। गलती किसी, हम नहीं बोल सकते भाई हम तो बद्रीनाथ जी को दोष दे रहे, दोष हम लोग ही हैं, दोस्त आप भी हैं, मैं भी दोषी हूँ, प्लस प्रशासन जो हमारे नेता हैं वो भी दोषी है। किसने आदेश किया ये 7 मंजिला मकान का? ये आदेश किसने दिया? तोड़ने का आदेश कौन दे रहा है और बनाने का आदेश किसने दिया है बद्रीनाथ में?
Question that these points are raising, and that's a valid question. On a fragile mountain like Joshi Mutt and this structure, how can you permit three floor, 4-story, 5-story construction of hotels and the commercial properties? And when you know that this structure cannot support, there is a weight bearing capacity, still you allowed these construction to happen. Of course, no one will investigate that. There will be no inquiry. There will be no, heads roll. But today, ultimately, it is the suffering of the people. And why this, this very old lady, look at this, everything that they still have, and they have no helping hand here who can clear this. This is all their belonging. They have made this house with their hard-earned money, and now today they have no helping hand, and that's why they have decided. Of course, when the administration comes up, they'll have to leave this place, but for now what they're saying, they won't leave this premises. This is their farming land, this all their house that they have made, and they have been living here for generations, and this is the day when suddenly there's an order comes that there is a risk to your life, there is a risk to your property, vacate this. That's a humanitarian angle, and one can really understand what would be these people suffering through. This red mark is now rest to their life. They have to vacate this property. But for now, they are rigid. There are no helping hand. Hope if there are authorities taking this, seeing this report, watching this report, they should take cognizance that there will be perhaps many such families who do not have a helping hand. Help them at least clear their materials, whatever belonging that they have. Help them to relocate that to a safer place and help them to relocate from this place. This has been they have demanding, and we know that even after this tragedy passes through, there will be no inquiry that who allowed such massive constructions to take place, massive projects, without going through, thoroughly on the impact they allowed to make these things happen. And today what we are seeing is literally aftermath of that. Even the locals acknowledge that, they accept that it's a man-made disaster, Polemy.
Okay, absolutely, absolutely. This they need to get to the bottom of. The administration needs to answer for who allowed for things to come to such a pass that now people are having to leave behind their houses, something that they built with their hard-earned money, which they have sentiments attached with, just because there is this impact that the environment is facing as a result of the developmental work which has been happening in the vicinity. You can understand the sentiments, of course, of those people, those locals that you spoke to, Ashutosh, on the ground. Thank you so much for joining us with that live report. Now, the owner of Malari Hotel, the hotel that is going to be demolished, has spoken with India Today. Listen in.
आज ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई माउंट व्यू की शुरू हो रही है। आप भी खड़े हैं, क्या आपको लगा था कि इसको रिपेयर कर पाएंगे आप?
सर, सबसे पहली बात तो यह है कि मेरे होटल पे आंशिक दरार है। बिल्कुल होटल बिल्कुल सही है, आप देख सकते हैं। एक तो जो 2 होटल मिल रहे हैं वहाँ पे दीवार फूल गई है। जहाँ मैं नीचे घर में रहता हूँ, जहाँ मेरा घर है, परिवार रहता है, वहाँ पे किचन और 2 बाथरूम में क्रैकिंग आ गई। बाकी होटल में आप जा सकते हैं, कहीं कुछ नहीं है। मेरा होटल
स्ट्रक्चर तो अनस्टेबल हो रहा है ना, धीरे धीरे गैप बढ़ता जा रहा है, पीछे की तरफ झुक रहा है ये होटल, और माउंट व्यू भी दरार जो है वो बढ़ रही है, तो खतरा तो है ही ये वाला बना हुआ।
सर, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि जनहित के लिए अगर इससे नुकसान हो रहा तो तोड़ दिया जाए ना, लेकिन मुझे कम से कम सूचना दे दिया जाए, नोटिस।
सूचना नहीं मिली है? नोटिस
बिल्कुल नहीं मिला। और मैं तो ये भी कह देना चाहता हूँ, मेरा आर्थिक मूल्यांकन कर दिया जाए और मेरे को निपटा दिया जाए। मुझे मारने के लिए रोका जा रहा है हमको, परिवार को। यहाँ हमारे आर्थिक मूल्यांकन कर दिया जाए और हमको जाने दिया जाए।
कॉम्पनसेशन की कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई इस बात को?
कोई बात नहीं, किसी अधिकारी से हमारी किसी कोई बात नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि जो आपदा का नोटिस है जिसके तहत इसको तोड़ा जा रहा है 2 होटलों को, वो आपको नहीं मिला?
नहीं मिला, नहीं मिला। हमारे को एक नोटिस मिला कि आपके होटल में जो है यात्री 27 तारीख अगले 12वां महीने दिसंबर में 27 तारीख को एक नोटिस आता है, आप यात्री नहीं रोक सकते हैं, नहीं रोकना चाहिए।
परमिशन विड्रॉ कर ली गई। हाँ। अभी किस तरह के कंपनसेशन की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं?
हम तो ये बोलते हैं भाई, जो बद्रीनाथ के तर्ज में जो हमारी मार्केट रेट है उसका चौगुना करके हमको निपटा दिया जाए, क्योंकि हमारी जिंदगी का सवाल है, हमारे रोजगार का सवाल है।
Now, why exactly is Joshi Mutt sinking? Akshita Nandagopal decodes the risk that the temple town faces from unregulated development. Located at a height of 6,000 feet, the winter seat of Lord Badri, Joshimath is a well-known tourist destination. Joshimath is a town in the Garhwal Himalayas and an important way station of both the pilgrim and trekking circuits. It's also of huge strategic importance to the Indian Army. But why is Joshimath sinking? Is over-exploitation for real? In the past few decades, the hill town has seen an explosion in population. There's been rampant growth in construction activities as well. Now, the geography of this town does set it apart. For a fact, Joshimath was built on an ancient landslide site, which results in its low bearing capacity. The Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority, in its 1976 report, said that the perennial streams, appreciable snow in the upper reaches and highly weathered gneissic rock made the area highly vulnerable to sinking, what we're seeing today. The impact of extreme rainfall has led to the expansion also of mountain streams and their channels and has changed their course, which has eventually induced more instability to this very, very fragile belt. Joshimath is a seismic zone, an area essentially that's prone to earthquakes, which adds to the new title, the sinking town. New development projects are also taking a clear toll. Projects such as the Helang-Marwari bypass have brought the town under the impact of also tectonic activities. Despite the sensitivity of the area, major hydroelectric projects have also been sanctioned. There are many questions also over the NTPC hydropower project. Under this project, 2 tunnels are being dug. One is being dug from Tapovan and the other from Selang. Experts say that the blasts for this construction done for the projects and the seepage due to the constant tunneling work could actually have an impact. It could be responsible for the cracks that you see currently in several homes. And to a large extent, experts say this is the issue. There have been massive protests also against the NTPC hydropower project. Joshimath is on the brink with dangerous cracks widening now in several people's homes. Almost 600 families have to be evacuated, and that too on an urgent basis. Unplanned developmental activities without due regard to bearing capacity have contributed to aggravating the slope instability issues in Joshimath. And this isn't the first time Uttarakhand has actually seen these disasters. We're talking about massive flash floods, which you well know about, forest fires, avalanches, landslides, and completely unpredictable weather. The question that remains currently, looking at the situation in Joshimath, who's responsible for what's happening right now? Was a comprehensive study actually done before sanctioning some of these projects like the hydropower project? And why were these red flags ignored for so long till it's become such a dire situation, forcing families now to leave? So that, of course, was an analysis of what could be the reason that Joshimath is literally sinking. We're leaving you with these 2 images right now of the activity, the demolition activity, which is to shortly begin at Hotel Mount View that you see on your screens, as well as Malari Inn, 2 hotels that are being razed to the ground by the authorities because they have developed major cracks and are a risk to the area.
It's 2023, and India remains the sole shining star in the global economy. So what lies ahead as the Modi government prepares its last full budget before the 2024 general elections? Join the biggest names in business journalism, decoding the jargon with the biggest newsmakers. From the most credible, in-depth analysis of Budget 2023, turn into Modinomics 2023 through the month. Only on India Today and Business Today Television, gold standard of business journalism.
show-up hitmaker Dua Lipa will make her acting debut in an upcoming spy thriller titled Argyle.
The greater the spy, the bigger the lie.
The film is based on a book by the same name written by first-time author Ellie Conway. The film will be directed by Matthew Vaughn, who is known for Kingsman films, and will also feature Henry Cavill, Bryce Dallas Howard, Samuel L. Jackson, Ariana DeBose, Bryan Cranston, and Catherine O'Hara. The pop star, known for her hits like Levitating and New Rules, among others, not only wants to act but is also planning to set up her own TV and film production company so she can back stories she believes in and produce them with bigger studios.
To myself, one, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling because he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
him. I got no rules, I count him.
So we would have a base of organics. The body would be placed here. The rest of the organics and flowers would be placed here. We would simply close the lid and we would be set. The microbes, when given heat and moisture, become super active. Our body comes up, in our case, to about 160, 165 degrees. It'll stay there for well over a week, 10 days. The heat obviously keeps the microbial activity super active, and at the end of a month, our body is pretty much transformed completely. There's some bone that remains. It's reduced. It's put back into the soil. It's let to sit for another month, and when we're done, we have soil that we can give the family. Cremation takes 30 gallons of fuel and pumps about 540 pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere every cremation. So we've devised a system that runs about 90% cleaner than that.
Welcome back. A fresh political showdown has erupted between the ruling TMC and BJP in Kolkata over the upcoming Ganga Sagar Mela. The Kolkata police has denied permission to the BJP for holding a Ganga Aarti today. Denying permission, Kolkata police said that BJP's program would cause traffic congestion due to already heavy traffic movement, in fact, of pilgrims and others as well. Meanwhile, claiming that the police denied permission purposely, the state president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Shukanta Mujumdar, has said that he will still go ahead and take part in the Ganga Aarti today. The Bengal unit of the BJP had sought police permission to conduct the Aarti on the occasion of Ganga Sagar Mela, which is starting this week. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is also scheduled to inaugurate the Ganga Sagar Mela today.
দেখুন আগামীকাল আমাদের গঙ্গা আরতি করার কথা ছিল বাবুঘাটে এবং সেখানে পুলিশ পারমিশন দেয়নি। পুলিশ উদ্দেশ্য প্রণোদিতভাবে এই কাজগুলো করছে এবং এদের উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে হিন্দুদের যে কোনো অনুষ্ঠানে বাধা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করা। আমরা যাব সেখানে, আমি যাব এবং আমি গঙ্গা আরতি করব, পুলিশ চেষ্টা করবে তার মতো।
Tanashahi mindset and culture, and this is on full display when permission has been denied for Ganga Aarti. What can be the problem against this? But unfortunately, because of vote bank politics, the Farman has been issued and the Tanashahi mindset and culture has once again put a ban on Ganga Aarti. This shows how low some people can go for vote bank politics.
And here are the other top stories we've been tracking this hour. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair an important meeting of top Jammu and Kashmir BJP leaders in Delhi. According to BJP leaders, the issue of pending assembly polls in J&K, security situation and the safety of Kashmiri Pandits will be discussed. Rift in Himachal Congress after cabinet expansion. Kangra MLA Sudhir Sharma and Gurmawin MLA Rajesh Dharmani have openly expressed their resentment after their names were dropped from the list of cabinet ministers. Sharma shaved off his head in protest. BJP MP Parvesh Verma took a jibe at Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt, taunting Rahul. He said, "Poor children don't have Z+ security, private jet and bungalow in Lutyens," and asked Rahul if he would give up these too. The comments were made after Rahul said that he's wearing a T-shirt just like the poor children who don't have warm clothes. West Bengal BJP targeted Mamata government over jobs. The Saffron Party shared posts saying that TMC government sold jobs, which is why they can't provide it. Now, ahead of the assembly elections this year and Priyanka Gandhi's visit to Karnataka on January 16, the state Congress has planned a manifesto and convention exclusively for women. The party has requested women to share their demands to be included in the manifesto. And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
After displaying its rich art, culture and heritage in tableau for 13 years in a row at Republic Day parades in New Delhi, Karnataka's tableau will be missing out this time as the union government has rejected the model proposed by the state. The centre has reasoned that Karnataka was given a break this time to give an opportunity to those states that had been omitted for the past 8 years. Karnataka had won the second prize for its tableau, the Cradle of Traditional Handicrafts, last year. The rejection of its tableau this year has created an uproar in the poll-bound state, with the Congress and pro-Kannada organizations up in arms against the Bommai government. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has called the Bommai government incapable and weak, adding that the state BJP leadership were cowards in front of the High Command. Other Congress leaders too targeted the centre's move.
There is a stepmotherly attitude towards Karnataka from Mr. Narendra Modi's government. Last time they almost dismissed the tableaus of Narayan Guru, Basveshwara and all. This time they have not given any space for Karnataka. That shows it's a stepmotherly attitude towards the Karnataka.
Last year happens in 26 parades. So one of the Narayan Guruji tableau is rejected. The last Republic Day. So this is meaning central government not interested in Karnataka culture, not interested in any flood situation, drought. So always neglecting Karnataka.
Pro-Kannada groups stamped the Bommai government for not taking the initiative.
ತುಂಬ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ 2ನೇ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಚಿತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಗರಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಸ್ತಬ್ಧ ಚಿತ್ರವನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ದೇನೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಸಾರುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ದೇನೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ದ್ರೋಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
While politics continues, the Karnataka tableau will be missed in Delhi on the 74th Republic Day on January 26th. Bureau Report, India Today.
We have EVs and luxury SUVs on the show so often, but what if I told you, if you watch Ford versus Ferrari, you'd know how important it is for an automotive brand to understand what kind of tech and what sort of engineering works on the racetrack. In fact, a lot of the technologies and the practices that are used on the racetrack can be used to enhance and improve road cars. How does all of it happen? Why are we here at this iconic event in London? Well, here's a sneak peek. On Tech today, we have a very special guest from the world of Formula E. We're talking all about how EV tech from the racetrack will make it to road cars with James Barclay from Jaguar ECS. Nice to meet you.
Great to be here.
James, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on Tech today. With a lovely skyline to establish that we're not doing this in the metaverse, but we're doing it on the show, I want to start off by asking you, when we talk about how Formula E is a sort of a test bed for what's going to eventually come to the Jaguar EV road car, how much of it do we see translating from the racetrack to the road car?
Yeah, that's one of the fundamental reasons why we're involved in Formula E. It's a real world test bed for electric vehicle technology. We're in a world championship sport where in order to gain advantage and be ahead of your competition, you have to innovate in the best way possible. And I always liken it, you in your professional level, you always push yourself further than you ever would normally go when that level of competition exists around you. So that competition is good, it improves the breed, so to speak. And it's everything. It's on the powertrain technology, the electric motor, the inverter, the software. Aerodynamics in Formula One is incredibly important. In Formula E, it's about the software, how we tune and control the powertrain to deliver that the most efficient way and the best way in terms of performance. And it's everything from material science in terms of how we develop our powertrain systems all the way through to the application of the software. So it's actually a hugely exciting area. The technology is evolving incredibly quickly. And what's really relevant is that the things we're doing in Formula E will make our future road cars even better.
Watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Protests across Tamil Nadu against governor over his walkout from the assembly. Get out Ravi posters emerge across the state, trends on social media. Demolition of two heavily damaged hotels to begin shortly. Visitors inside hotels evacuated. NDRF and SDRF teams to oversee demolition in Joshi, Mutt. Goa-bound inbound flight from Moscow makes emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar after bomb threat. No bomb found. Flight to take off shortly. Another run-in of Rahul Gandhi with the RSS and BJP. Rahul uses Mahabharata analogy to target Sangh. Likens the ruling party with the wealthy Kauravas. BJP Aarti permission near Ganga Sagar Mela blocked in Bengal. Cops deny permission, cite traffic congestion. Mamata to inaugurate Mela on same day of Aarti. Countdown to SRK's Pathan trailer release amid massive row over Besharam Rang song. SRK Magic set to hit screens on January 25th. News coming in right now. Governor's Pongal invite sparks controversy. Tamil Nadu becomes Tamilagam in Governor's Pongal invite. Governor makes Tamilagam pitch again. Invite has Tamilagam written beside Tamil Nadu symbol. So this invitation has now sparked controversy. My colleague Pramod Madhav is joining me live on this. Pramod, give us more details about the controversy which has been sparked by the Governor's Pongal invite.
Absolutely. This controversy was highlighted by Su Venkatesan, CPM MP from Madurai, where he actually showed two different sets of invitations from the Governor's Palace. The one from 2022 for Pongal and the other one from 2023 for Pongal. Both are high tea by 5:30 p.m. On the first one, that is last year's invitation, it had the insignia, the emblem of Tamil Nadu government, and also it mentioned as Tamil Nadu governor. But for this year, it has this emblem of the Indian government, central government, and also calls him Tamilaga governor of Tamilagam, and that's how it's being mentioned. Su Venkatesan has highlighted and asked question about why should the governor do that. But this is directly in correlation to what the governor had said recently, where he claimed that the term Tamilagam is much more suitable for Tamil Nadu. And in fact, as we speak, there is a protest also that is occurring in Chennai currently. This is by Thandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam with the hoardings and everything showing that they are calling him Rami Ravi, and they are demanding that the governor should be recalled and he should leave Tamil Nadu at once.
Okay. Pramod, just for the benefit of our viewers who don't understand, what is the controversy in the names, in the way that the state is referred to?
Well, the very important aspect here is that recently when the governor was speaking, he had highlighted three important facts which he claims to be important. That one is that in Tamil Nadu there is regressive politics. That he also says for the past 50 years there have been a narrative that has been given to the public, claim the people of Tamil Nadu, kind of showing that Tamil Nadu is not a part of India but only constitutionally it's a part of India. And the third one, very important one, is that he claims that the talk of federalism is all on this matter. Then what happened is that yesterday when he went to the assembly, he was given a speech of which he omitted certain paragraphs which had the lines Dravidian model, Anna, Periyar, Kalaignar and various other leaders' names that we are not exactly sure why he omitted, but that also turned into a very big issue, and that's the reason currently there is a huge protest against the Tamil Nadu governor. In fact, DMDK, though they haven't directly protested against the governor, they have also showed the contempt, and the chief minister in the assembly at the presence of the governor brought in a motion to remove whatever he has spoke that was not part of the speech. That way, the kind of in a fight between the governor and Tamil Nadu is taking another form currently.
Okay, Pramod, stay on with us. Now, Udayanithi Stalin spoke to India today on the face-off with the governor. Udayanithi, when asked about the showdown with the governor, said his father, the chief minister, will give a response. Listen in to Udayanithi.
Sir, yesterday in the assembly there was a huge issue. What's up with the governor, sir? As a minister, what would you like to say, sir? You also said that the chief minister made the governor itself run away. Any comment on that particular one, sir?
I don't want to comment about it now.
Sir, yesterday in the assembly there was a huge issue. What's up with the governor, sir? As a minister, what would you like to say, sir? You also said that the chief minister made the governor itself run away. Any comment on that particular one, sir?
I don't want to comment about it now.
Narayan, Tirupati is over the phone line with us at the moment. This is over the controversy, sir, which the governor's Pongal invite has sparked. This because he refers to Tamil Nadu as Tamilagam in that Pongal invite. What do you have to say about it?
No, what is there in most of the invites in Tamil Nadu government also, it is written as Tamilagam. Even till day before yesterday, the Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin's Twitter was there. It was named as Tamilagam. Last 1st January, in Mr. Karunanidhi's memorial, it was mentioned as Tamilagam. And the free television which was given by the previous DMDK government, the television sets were given to the public named as Tamilaga Arasu. So it's laughable that these people are doing something. In order to hide something, they are unnecessarily creating a controversy, triggering a controversy. That's all.
In order to hide something, you say, so what is that?
Maybe the growing law and order problem, and they're not able to control the economy. The prices are rising. The revenue is falling. I think DMK has lost control of the state. They are not able to rule. They are unable to rule. They are unable to manage. They are unable to administer the state. That is the problem. So they want to hide that. So they are creating unnecessary controversies, in provoking sentiments in the name of language, in the name of race, etc.
But the fact, also what happened in the assembly yesterday with the governor walking out, sir, what do you have to say about that? Because already there is a social media trend to say, go back Ravi.
See, the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly rules very clearly says under Chapter 4 that whoever the member is, if they obstruct or if they try to create trouble to the address of governor, the assembly speaker should take immediate action, whether the obstruction is before the address, during the address, or after the address. In that way, under that act, I think Mr. Stalin, the action should be taken on Mr. Stalin because he has obstructed, he has literally insulted the governor. As per the rules of Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, I think action should be taken against the Chief Minister.
Okay, Mr. Tirupati, thank you so much for speaking with India Today. My colleague Pramod Madhav continues to be live with us. Udayanidhi Stalin spoke exclusively to Pramod as well. Of course, he said that the Chief Minister, his father, would be responding to, of course, what happened in terms of that face-off with the governor in the assembly yesterday. But that is, of course, his cryptic response at the moment, his crisp response to what happened. Pramod, again, for the benefit of our viewers, because this is something which has happened earlier as well. Let's just listen in one more time to what Udayanidhi Stalin said.
Sir, yesterday in the assembly there was a huge issue. What's up with the governor, sir? As a minister, what would you like to say, sir? You also said that the chief minister made the governor itself run away. Any comment on that particular one, sir?
I don't want to comment about it now.
Sir, yesterday in the assembly there was a huge issue. What's up with the governor, sir? As a minister, what would you like to say, sir? You also said that the chief minister made the governor itself run away. Any comment on that particular one, sir?
I don't want to comment about it now.
So you heard Udayanidhi Stalin there exclusively speaking to my colleague Pramod Madhav. Of course, he was very circumspect about that response. He said, of course, that the Chief Minister will be responding to what happened in the Assembly, some tumultuous scenes which were witnessed in the Tamil Nadu Assembly yesterday, the face-off between the government and its allies and the governor. Pramod, again, coming back to you, spoke with Udayanidhi Stalin, again for the benefit of our viewers, because this seems to have sparked off a row. The Pongal invite, the reference by the governor earlier as well, that Tamilagam will be a more appropriate name for the state of Tamil Nadu. What is the objection? What is this face-off concerning?
Well, for one end, DMK is actually blaming the Tamil Nadu government, DMK allies, that the governor is trying to actually run a parallel government, and Arun Ravi's recent comments and everything, they are highlighting. The reason one being Tamilagam better than Tamil Nadu, and even before that particular controversy could subside, here we have the governor's the invitation which is calling him as the governor. Behind us you could see various protests in Tamil Nadu have started yesterday. It was the DMK cadres, and as we speak right now it is Thandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam who are protesting. They tried to burn an effigy here as well. Police stopped them. These placards that they are holding are calling governor as Rummy Ravi because he did not provide the assent to banning online gambling, and for various aspects he is being blamed, and they are demanding that the governor should be recalled and he should leave Tamil Nadu immediately.
Okay, again Pramod, for our viewers, what exactly happened in the assembly yesterday? Because it was quite unprecedented what was witnessed over there. The governor's address, the resolution being moved by the chief minister, the governor walking out of the assembly even before the national anthem was played. Tell us what happened.
Three important things happened in the assembly yesterday, all three unprecedented and quite shocking, because the first and foremost part is that whenever the governor's speech is read, he actually reads the speech that has been given by the Tamil Nadu government. It will be given as a draft copy. Any changes to be done, it will be done, and he will read it. So we're not exactly sure if the governor gave back the copy for any kind of change or not, but he decided to omit a few parts of it. And the very important aspect is that immediately the chief minister, against the tradition of the assembly, stood up and he spoke. There was not even a mic for the chief minister provided. And what happened is that the third important aspect, he, within a span of minutes, brought in a resolution claiming that whatever the governor has spoken that was not part of the speech given by the Tamil Nadu government should be expunged. The chief minister also expressed his unhappiness over the way the governor was acting. So all this occurred yesterday, and this, when the governor, who does not know Tamil, when he came to know of it, immediately he walked away, not even waiting for the national anthem. So these were the shocking events that occurred inside the assembly, an ugly face-off between the Tamil Nadu government and the governor.
Okay. Also, Pramod, for the benefit of our viewers, which were the portions that the governor skipped in the prepared speech which was given to him by the government? And has the governor's office said anything as to why the governor did that?
So far, the governor's office, we tried reaching them. They have not given provided any clarity because it has to come from the governor. And even before that, he has become busy with conducting the high tea for Pongal. And what happened is that yesterday, when we cross-referenced the speech, we did see that there are a few parts of the speech that he did not say. And in that spot, how DMK and its allied highlighted, there were the terms Dravidian model, the names of the former leaders of Tamil Nadu, Anna, Periyar, and even also Ambedkar's name was there. But governor did not read it. We're not exactly sure if the governor did not have the exact time or why it was omitted. But the Tamil Nadu government claims that the actual speech was given to him, but he omitted, and that for that only the chief minister condemned him. We did cross-reference this, and also the speaker, Appavu, also highlighted it yesterday itself.
Okay. So that is, of course, what is happening in Tamil Nadu. Quite unprecedented, the face-off that you're seeing between the government and the ruling party on the one side and the governor's office on the other side. Okay, much awaited Pathan trailer is out now. Orange bikini sequence is not used in the trailer. Deepika spotted in a yellow bikini in the trailer. SRK drops trailer of his most favorite film. Deepika's saffron bikini now yellow. In fact, Pathan gets rid of the orange bikini, it seems. Let's watch the trailer.
Ma'am, we have a red flag.
Outfit X, a private terror group.
जो किसी मकसद के लिए नहीं, बस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर काम करते हैं।
मैम, वी हैव अ रेड फ्लैग।
दे आर प्लानिंग अ मैसिव अटैक और उनका टारगेट है इंडिया।
एक ऐसा अटैक जो हिंदुस्तान ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा। ये नेगोशिएशन नहीं, अल्टीमेटम है। एंड योर टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ।
तो अब पठान के वनवास का टाइम खत्म हुआ।
पार्टी पठान के घर पे रखोगे, तुम्हें मरनाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया। और पटाखे भी लाएगा।
मैं एक सोल्जर हूं पठान, तुम्हारी तरह। हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं। सो आर यू इन और आर यू आउट?
Pathan, the hunter, hunted. अपनी भारत माँ को मेरा आखिरी सलाम कहना। एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है। जय हिंद।
So that is, of course, the brand new trailer of SRK Deepika Padukone's upcoming flick, Pathan. Akshita Nandagopal is now joining me live from the newsroom. Akshita, clearly, the makers of Pathan have tried to avoid any sort of controversy with this trailer. They've skipped the portion of the saffron bikini in this trailer. So clearly, we don't know whether that entire sequence has been replaced or not, but they've decided not to quote any controversy with this trailer.
That's right. There are glimpses of Beshram Rang, of the song itself, in the trailer, which, by the way, is already going viral, Polemy, as expected. But the parts that they've taken essentially from Beshram Rang is not the controversial bits. We know that when the song teaser was out, there was a small sequence. In fact, it was blink and miss, a few seconds, where she's donning a saffron bikini that became this huge talking point, huge controversy over it. That part is not shown in the trailer at all. Instead, they have shown another part from the song Beshram Rang, in which Deepika is seen in a yellow bikini. So it's only that part that's been used in the trailer. So no controversy expected over this. You never know, of course, considering that fringe groups are waiting to jump on any issue with regards to Pathan. But as far as the saffron bikini is concerned, that's not there in the trailer. We don't know, honestly, if they plan to use it and then change their mind. But going by this trailer, at least, any glimpse of Beshram Rang that has been used, which has seen that mammoth controversy, has only been the non-controversial parts, Polemy. So far, they're steering away from that entire issue of the Beshram Rang controversy. The makers will be hoping that with this trailer coming out, and with already the buzz so high over Pathan, that entire controversy is completely forgotten. And the focus is going to be on Shah Rukh Khan, on his comeback film, and all of the buzz that this trailer already is receiving, because it's already going viral right now on social media.
Also, Akshita, do we know that the filmmakers are they going to make any sort of changes at all? Because we'd heard about how CBFC, led by Prasoon Joshi, wanted the makers to somehow, in some sense, of course, take care of sentiments and, of course, respect culture and ethos, as it was said in that statement at that point of time. But in terms of recommendations and changes, very recently, of course, the makers said, Yash Raj Films said, we've not received anything.
That's right, and that's an important point that you brought up also, Polemy. Again, the censor note that's been doing the rounds on social media, in that there's a mention about some images from Beshram Rang again, of what Deepika is wearing at some of the angles and frames. None of that is again shown in this trailer. So we don't know if those changes are being inculcated. As you pointed out, once the censor note came to the fore, at India Today, we reached out to the filmmakers. The producers of Pathan have told us that they haven't officially received any communication from the CBFC judge just yet. So was there some sort of a fake note that was doing the rounds? We don't know about that, but so far the makers have said that, look, we haven't received any communication, so there's no question of making changes right now. But I can confirm for you that some of those scenes, at least mentioned in the censor note, which spoke about, Deepika's side angle and all of that in the gold bikini that she was wearing in Beshram Rang, that again hasn't been used in the trailer. It's more or less been just about 1 or 2 scenes and 1 or 2 shots that are shown in the trailer, and all of those other non-controversial bits from Beshram Rang which have been shown, which is Deepika in that yellow bikini. So as far as the censor note is concerned, it doesn't look like there's any violation on that front if that censor note really has been sent across to the makers. And the second issue is with regards to, of course, the Beshram Rang controversy itself, the saffron bikini, that also there's no glimpse of in the trailer as of now. So we'll have to wait and watch to see what kind of response comes in, particularly from all these right-wing groups who've been calling for a boycott of Pathan, who went on to also resort to vandalism sprees. Now we'll have to see what they have to say about this trailer. The fact that it doesn't quote controversy in any manner, at least from what we can see, there's no issue whatsoever. It doesn't, show any of the scenes mentioned in that so-called or the alleged censor note, or for that matter, the controversial Beshram Rang scenes also skipped.
I, Akshita, may not be able to see anything controversial there, but you don't know about the fringe groups. We did not anticipate that they would draw objection to a saffron bikini and in fact link it with Beshram Rang, quote unquote. Tushar Joshi is also joining us live at the moment. Tushar, the trailer is out. The saffron bikini sequence has not been used by the makers of the film. Clearly, they don't want to quote any sort of controversy with the trailer now that there are only a few days, about 15 days left before the release of this big comeback film for SRK. Have you heard anything on in terms of any changes that the makers are making based on anything that they've heard from the CBFC?
एक ऐसा अटैक जो हिंदुस्तान ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा. ये negotiation.
Not at all. In fact, this was the original trailer that was supposed to release. India Today was the first one to say that the speculated image that was doing the rounds on social media was in fact fabricated and was false. There were no instructions given from CBFC to the producers to make any changes. And as everybody has seen in the trailer, the cuts that alleged image suggested are not incorporated. The Bharat Mata, what John Abraham has a dialogue which has the word Bharat Mata in it. The trailer is made as intended. It's released as intended with no changes whatsoever.
Okay, so it's been made with no changes whatsoever. We don't see the saffron bikini sequence in the trailer. We see a small clip from Beshram Rang where Deepika is donning a yellow bikini. Is the saffron bikini sequence still a part of the movie and the song Beshram Rang?
From what reports tell me close to the CBFC and to the producers are yet to get the recommendations from CBFC. They're yet to get the censor board certification from CBFC. The conversation will then happen between the producer Aditya Chopra and the CBFC in terms of what changes can be incorporated. Till there's an official email or an official letter handed out to the producers, no changes are being made either to Beshram Rang, the original track, or to the trailer that has released today.
Okay. Tushar, thank you so much for clarifying all of those details for us. Thank you to Tushar and also to my colleague Akshita Nandagopal. Now, protests, fringe groups hitting the streets, burning effigies and agitation. The Pathan movie, in fact, has seen it all much before the release of this trailer that you're seeing on your screens right now. Here's the lowdown on what really transpired ever since the release of the Beshram Rang song from the film that pretty much created mayhem across the country.
It all began with this song. Shah Rukh Khan and Deepika Padukone starrer Pathan has been embroiled in controversies ever since the release of Beshram Rang song. Who would have thought that a saffron-coloured, bikini-clad actor would draw massive flack from the fringe Hindutva groups? Relentless protests rocked the country and created mayhem over the so-called depiction of a Muslim man with a woman in saffron. From burning effigies of the stars to posters being torn in the malls, the film has seen all forms of protest and hooliganism. Much Much to the shock of many, the censor board asked the makers of Pathan to trim those parts which have offended certain sections of society, saying that India's culture and faith are glorious. Censor board chief Joshi urged the filmmakers to respect that. Pathan isn't the first film to feature an actor in saffron attire. Bhul Bhulaiya and De Danadan are among the plethora of movies which featured saffron-attired actors in no less steamy scenes. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short break, but we're leaving you with the images and the video of the trailer. Pathan's trailer is out. Watch this.
आउटफिट एक्स एक प्राइवेट टेरर ग्रुप जो किसी मकसद के लिए नहीं बस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर काम करते हैं मैम वी हैव अ रेड फ्लैग दे आर प्लानिंग अ मैसिव अटैक और उनका टारगेट है इंडिया
एक ऐसा अटैक जो हिंदुस्तान ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा ये नेगोशिएशन नहीं अल्टीमेटम है एंड योर टाइम स्टार्ट्स नाउ
तो अब पठान के बनवास का टाइम खत्म हुआ
गाड़ी पठान के घर पे रखोगे तुम्हें मरनाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया और पटाखे भी लाएगा
मैं एक सोल्जर हूं पठान तुम्हारी तरह हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं सो आर यू इन और आर यू आउट
पठान the hunter hunted अपनी भारत माँ को मेरा आखिरी सलाम कहना एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है जय हिंद
You are watching India Today.
You're watching an India Today special broadcast being brought to you from the stunning ski resort of Clusters, Davos.
The 53rd World Economic Forum is back at the snow-clad slopes of Davos. The smartest minds gather to debate the world's biggest challenges: energy crisis, industry headwinds, geopolitical risks, social vulnerabilities. India Today and Business Today are at ground zero to bring you all the action. Catch top corporate tycoons, politicians and intellectuals as they discuss cooperation in a fragmented world. Watch the Davos brainstorm only on India Today and Business Today TV.
Amazon, the company that delivers packages at your doorstep, could soon be seen delivering you the electricity. In order to trade clean energy in India, Amazon has established a new energy company called AEI New Energy Trading Private Limited that works with Indian energy producing firms. While the US-based company will utilize the energy to power its own operations, there's a chance it may also power your home. The largest corporate consumer of clean energy in the world holds a Category 3 trade license in India. The American company has contracted with private firms to supply it with 720 megawatts of power. Amazon will use this electricity to power its warehouses, cloud services centers, web centers, other operations, and to our homes through local electricity service providers. But why is this billion-dollar behemoth attempting to enter the electricity market when its primary business is thriving? The answer is to target of becoming a carbon-neutral firm by 2040. This would also assist India in achieving its carbon-neutral goal, which was set for 2070. By 2047, the nation also aims to revolutionize power generation through the development of green energy and enhance job growth. So soon, it could be a possibility that our Amazon OTT box is powered by Amazon itself.
Membership 1, खुशियां अनेक.
Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
are watching India Today.
News coming in right now. This is pertaining to the Sheila Rashid sedition case. Now trouble for ex-vice president of the JNU Students' Union, Sheila Rashid. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor has given his nod to prosecute Sheila Rashid. Now action against the ex-JNU Students' Union VP Sheila Rashid. Trouble for Sheila over 2 tweets against the Indian Army, which it is alleged was aimed at promoting enmity between different groups and for indulging in acts prejudicial to maintenance of harmony. My colleague Shreya Chatterjee is joining me live on this. Shreya, give us more details about the case against Sheila Rashid and on the basis of what the LG has sanctioned prosecution.
Well, Paulami, this case pertains to the year 2019. On August 18th, remember, Sheila Rashid had put out 2 tweets where she alleged that the army was trying to forcefully enter the homes in Shopia in different parts of Kashmir. Followed by that, remember, the army had also refuted the claim, and there was a complaint that was filed based on an advocate by the Delhi police, and the sections of that included sedition 153 and 153A. And now what we're learning morning that the LG has granted the sanction to prosecute Sheila Rashid. So definitely trouble mounts for Sheila Rashid for those tweets that she put out in the year 2019 against the army, and definitely there was a case registered against her by the Delhi Police Special Cell.
So hold on, because the advocate in question, Alok Srivastav of the Supreme Court, is joining us over the phone line right now. He in fact had moved that petition. He'd filed a complaint under the offence of sedition and sought criminal action against Sheila Rashid over her allegations against the Indian Army. Mr. Srivastav, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Now, the LG has granted prosecution the sanction to go ahead and, in fact, prosecute Sheila Rashid for her tweets in 2019. Your comments, sir?
See, although it is belated, but I'm really happy that prosecution sanction has been granted because the matter was concerning to our security. The intention of Sheila Rashid was clearly to not only defame Indian Army, but also to incite violence against Indian Army. The claims which she had made in her tweets were absolutely false and frivolous. Even Army had said on the very next day that these all claims are absolutely incorrect. And then I was absolutely worried about the Army and the kind of trouble which Army is going to get. And that is why I had filed this complaint way back in the year 2019. And I recorded my statement also to the Delhi Police in the year 2019 itself under Section 161 CRPC. And thereafter the matter was pending, seeking the prosecution sanction. Today, although belatedly, this prosecution sanction has been granted. I am very happy and hopeful that most stringent punishment will be given to the accused after due process of law, and it will act as a deterrent to others from not actually playing with the security of India, from not labeling false allegations against Indian Army. So I am satisfied as of now, although belated, but I am hopeful that a strict punishment will be given after due process to the accused.
Okay, Mr. Srivastav, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. The petitioner in this case saying that though belated, he is happy and satisfied that this nod from the LG's office has come to go ahead and in fact prosecute Sheila Rashid under relevant sections 196 of the CRPC 1973. Shreya Chatterjee, my colleague, is still live with me at the moment. Trouble mounts for Sheila Rashid in this case, 2019 case, but clearly in 2023 it seems the law is catching up with her. This, of course, because it is alleged that she was inciting enmity between different groups.
Well, absolutely. So, Paulami, this is, remember during the abrogation of Article 370 and post that on 18th August is when she had put out these two tweets, and in her tweet she had claimed that the Indian Army had tortured 4 men in Shopian district of Jammu and Kashmir because they had put a microphone before them. The army obviously refuted this claim the very next day, as also was just mentioned by the petitioner who had filed the complaint against Sheila Rashid. Delhi Police Special Cell had charged Sheila Rashid under 3 sections.
For cutting you short over there, Majid Memon of the Trinamool Congress is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Memon, the Delhi LG's office has now granted the sanction to prosecute Sheila Rashid for her tweets, which are alleged to have been fake in the year 2019 when she tweeted against the Indian Army and said that the army was entering houses at night, picking up boys, ransacking houses forcefully. All of this was happening in Kashmir.
Well, there are 2 things which need to be examined. Number 1 is that whether the contents of the tweets do make out a criminal offence, and much less against the Indian Army and against national integration. This is first question. And second is that if it does, then why has it taken such a long time, 3 to 4 years? From 2019, when the alleged tweet was publicized, the sanction is now coming after 4 years, which is again raising some kind of suspicion with regard to, even from the prosecution point of view, I would suggest that if there was a sensitive accusation against the army, which is affecting national interest, the investigating agency ought to have worked on the war footing and would have taken the action which was necessary according to law, in all fairness, immediately, within a week or 2 weeks. Why should it take such a long time, more than 3 years? Therefore, I think that there is some kind of digging up of certain material in order to, bring some people into embarrassment. And I'm afraid whether the contents of the tweet would invoke the justice or justify the registration of a crime is a question which the court is going to examine once the crime is registered.
So you're saying that the decision to go ahead and prosecute Sheila Rashid in the year 2023 for something that she tweeted in 2019, this belated reaction, there's more to it than meets the eye?
Absolutely. That's right. That is what I have wanted to convey.
But why, sir? Why would you say that? I mean, there possibly is a reason as to why they wanted to study it for a while. I understand it's been about 3 years now since, of course, she tweeted. But the fact is that, do you not think that the case is justified against her? I'll read out the tweets for you. She says 2 tweets for which she is being prosecuted. At least the grunt has been, the nod has come from the LG's office. One says armed forces are entering houses at night, picking up boys, ransacking houses, deliberately spilling rations on floor, mixing oil with rice, etc. This came at about 12 p.m. on the 18th of August 2019. This is subsequent to the abrogation of Article 370. Second tweet, in Shopia, 4 men were called into the army camp and interrogated, quote unquote, in brackets she writes, tortured. A mic was kept close to them so that the entire area could hear them scream and be terrorized. This created an environment of fear in the area. Again, on the same day, 12 p.m., 18th of August 2019. Mr. Memon?
No, I am not, making any comment with regard to the tweet that was made, probably how dangerous it was, how harmful it was to the, or how defamatory or harming the morale of Jawans or the national integrity. I am not commenting on that aspect at all. Because, what I am suggesting is that a tweet was not a big 10 pages judgment or a long story, which would take time to understand every word thereof. It's a small expression which ought to have been examined in a matter of a day or 2 or 1 week. If it is so sensitive and if it is as being made out today that it has affected national integration, it is involving some criminal element, and therefore there has to be a registration of FIR and criminal law must come into play, then these things should have happened in 2019 itself. That's my argument.
Okay, Mr. Memon, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Mr. Atul Anjan of the CPI is joining us over the phone line. Sir, thank you so much for holding on to that line. Your comments on the Delhi Lieutenant Governor's office granting sanction for the prosecution of Sheila Rashid for her tweets against the Indian Armed Forces in the year 2019.
Some people in our society make a statement with this motive that they will be discussed in the country and they will get the prominence. And you can see that we are discussing such type of things. I think we should avoid to make any comment on the Indian Armed Forces. In the rarest cases, when it becomes very essential, we can make. And we cannot make a general, statement on that. And so I don't agree with all that, which gives the handle to others to make different type of things and to understand differently. As far as the Lieutenant Governor's Act is concerned, I don't understand what sort of Lieutenant Governor is this one. What sort of system they are presiding over? 2019 case, notice has been given today. You are making her or him a responsible person for that. 2019, neither you remember nor I remember what I was in Twitter, what was in WhatsApp. Nobody knows. Where is the system? Where is the IPC and CRPC? Don't you think by issuing such type of, act by the Lieutenant Governor, it shows that on behest of somebody, you are doing it, or you are having a system which is collapsed under you. A system of prosecution doesn't have any ground, and you are taking, whenever your internal mind works, that one has to be brought into the limelight or brought to be under the police jargons. So you are issuing it. So where is it? What police will remember? How it takes 2-3 years to make somebody that you have made some sedition remarks? Really, it's a mindless action mindless action. And
Mr. Anjan, is what you're saying right now. Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party is over the phone line with us right now. Mr. Malviya, what the opposition is saying, why this belated reaction from the Delhi LG's office? Shaila Rashid tweets in 2019, the Delhi LG's office gives a nod to prosecute her in 2023. It's a mindless action, is what the CPI has just said.
Look, it's inconsequential to the amount of time that has been taken to provide this nod. The matter has been sub judice. The matter was in the court. Subsequently, the LG's nod was sought and he has provided it. The law will take its course. It does take time in these kind of matters, and this is not an inordinate delay. These kind of timelines are quite expected in such matters, but it is the gravity of the charge that is more important, the crime that is more important, and driving religious fault lines with an intention to disrupt public order is something that needs to be looked at in this particular matter.
So you're saying that this is a matter of course as the way the law proceeds, that this has happened. This is not some sort of an inordinate delay. But there are some, again, from the opposition who are alleging that there must be a motive to this, to rake this up at this point of time, to target Shaila Rashid, possibly to send out some sort of a message. There has to be more to it than meets the eye, sir.
Well, if this was acted in haste, they would have questioned the timing. Now that the law has taken its course and the consent has come, now they are questioning the timing. It's not the timing that is of any consequence here. And I repeat again, it is the crime, the intention with which the content was put out. The matter is sub judice and the law will take its course.
Okay, Mr. Malviya, thank you so much for speaking to India Today. So that is, of course, the reaction that is coming in from the BJP. The BJP, of course, saying that there was no inordinate delay. The law takes its own time, and now the law seems to be catching up with Shaila Rashid for her anti-Indian Army tweets in 2019. This was, of course, subsequent to the centre's decision at that point of time to abrogate Article 370 as far as Article 370 as far as Jammu Kashmir is concerned. Shreya Chatterjee, my colleague, is of course standing by with us. Shreya, apologies for cutting you short previously. Again, give us a sense of the criminal offences which have been made out against Shaila Rashid for her tweets in 2019.
Well, Paulami, she was ideally booked for 3 sections. One was sedition, the other was 153 and 153A, which categorically meant promoting enmity between 2 groups. And if we understand the timing when this tweet was put out, this is just after the Article 370 was abrogated in Kashmir, and there was a situation of fear that was also grappling there. And subsequently, we did see that there was a complete blockage of communication. The internet was shut down. So on 18th of August 2019, Shaila Rashid had put out a tweet thread. There were 10 tweets that she had put out. The 9th and the 10th tweet are the tweets that we're talking about right now, which led to the Delhi police also filing this FIR against her based on that complaint registered by the advocate that we're talking about now. After the Delhi police had sought a sanction of prosecution against Shaila Rashid, LG has given the sanction against her, and definitely trouble mounts for her, because for so long we had seen that she had escaped arrest because she had sought relief from the court, which would also granted to her in the year 2019. So definitely with this new decision coming in from the LG, it would be interesting to see what Shaila Rashid would want to do. In all likelihood, she would definitely still move court, but Delhi police definitely gets an arm, and it is a difficult situation right now for Shaila Rashid for those tweets that she put out in the year 2019.
Shreya, some of the opposition parties that you may have heard over the phone line were questioning about the timing of this and as to why, for something that Shaila Rashid said in 2019, is prosecution granted in 2023. Can you explain as to why this delay, if at all it is a delay?
Well, it is indeed a delay. We cannot deny that from the year 2019 till 2023, this long a time is taken to give a prosecution sanction. But the alibi that in all likelihood we would see our law agencies use is also COVID. Because remember, from 2020 till the year 2021, there was this huge period of the COVID-19, which also saw delay in multiple such cases. And definitely this could be one of the reasons. However, the Delhi police also has a better answering to give, that why did they take so much of time, if at all, to seek prosecution, to to prosecute Sheila Rashid for a thing that she had tweeted in 2019, and now we are in 2023. So the opposition will definitely jump the gun, but we cannot really deny the sensitivity of those tweets that were put out, because at the time she tweeted those tweets, it definitely was already a sensitive situation in Kashmir, and such tweets could obviously fan sentiments against the Indian Army, something that was avoidable at that point of time. So indeed, Sheila Rashid will have to face the law, but there is a question that the Delhi police and also the law agencies have to answer, that why there was a delay indeed between 2019 and 2023 to grant this prosecution.
Right. Shreya, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
A B.Tech graduate in Madhya Pradesh is scripting a success story in dairy farming. Anil Patidar from Modi village, located 45 kilometers away from Agar Malwa district headquarters, chose to stay close to his roots and started his dairy in 2018.
मैंने सन 2014 में बीटेक किया है आरजीपी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से, और आज मेरे पास, मैंने सोचा पहले कि जॉब में तो खुद का बिजनेस रहेगा नहीं, दूसरों के अंडर में काम करना पड़ेगा। मैंने डेयरी फार्म स्टार्ट किया, 8 गायों से मैंने शुरुआत की, और आज मेरे पास 100 से 105 गायें हैं।
From cutting fodder to milking cows, Patidar relies on machines to manage his business. The venture that started with 4 cows now has more than 100. The business, he claims, is making big profit.
मेरे पास 600 से 700 लीटर दूध पर डे का रहता है।
कितना होता है आमदनी क्या?
अब इसमें सर 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है। मान लो जैसे कि 600 लीटर दूध है, 40 रुपये लीटर के हिसाब से जोड़ा अपन ने, तो 24,000 का दूध हुआ। तो इसमें 60% मेरी इनकम है और 40% मेरा। हाँ।
Patidar claims one of the reasons to start his own dairy was to supply unadulterated milk. He claims many in the region are following his footsteps. Bureau Report, India Today.
Scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The authors suggest that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
It's 2023, and India remains the sole shining star in the global economy. So what lies ahead as the Modi government prepares its last full budget before the 2024 general elections? Join the biggest names in business journalism, decoding the jargon with the biggest newsmakers. From the most credible, in-depth analysis of Budget 2023, turn into Modinomics 2023 through the month. Only on India Today and Business Today Television, gold standard of business journalism.
You're watching an India Today special broadcast being brought to you from the stunning ski resort of Clusters, Davos.
The 53rd World Economic Forum is back at the snow-clad slopes of Davos. The smartest minds gather to debate the world's biggest challenges: energy crisis, industry headwinds, geopolitical risks, social vulnerabilities. India Today and Business Today are at ground zero to bring you all the action. Catch top corporate tycoons, politicians and intellectuals as they discuss cooperation in a fragmented world. Watch the Davos brainstorm only on India Today and Business Today TV.
Outfit X, एक प्राइवेट टेरर ग्रुप जो किसी मकसद के लिए नहीं.
Pathan finally out. SRK's comeback movie screams entertainment clearly and has got everyone talking about King Khan and the action-packed film. With the clear intention of avoiding any controversy, it appears the makers of Pathan, not leaving anything to chance, have decided to chop off some parts of that Besharam sequence, particularly Deepika in that saffron bikini. She has been shown in the trailer. The saffron bikini itself hasn't been shown in the trailer. It now looks yellow. Here's the trailer of that song right ahead of its release on the 25th of January. Much awaited Shah Rukh Khan's comeback movie. 4 years later, it ran into trouble. Now all set for release.
मैं एक सोल्जर हूं पठान, तुम्हारी तरह। हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं। So are you in or are you out?
Pathan, the hunter, hunted.
Let's go.
अपनी भारत माँ को मेरा आखिरी सलाम कहना। एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है। जय हिंद।
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. I'm going to take you through the top news, the headlines first. Trouble for Sheila Rashid. Delhi LG now gives a nod for prosecution in sedition case against Sheila for her 2019 anti-army tweets. Protests across Tamil Nadu against the governor over his walkout from the assembly. Get Out Ravi posters emerge across the state. The governor reignites Tamizagam debate with the Pongal invite. Demolition of 2 heavily damaged hotels to begin shortly. Visitors inside the hotels evacuated. NDRF, SDRF teams to oversee the demolition drive. Goa-bound flight from Moscow makes an emergency landing in Gujarat's Jamnagar after bomb threat. No bomb found though. Flight to take off at 10:30 a.m. Rahul Gandhi is another run-in with RSS BJP. Rahul uses Mahabharata analogy to target the Sangh, likens the ruling party with wealthy Kauravas. All right, jumping straight into Karnataka, protest that's happening right now in Bengaluru as Congress workers coming out angry over comments made against Siddaramaia's new book. The Congress cadre there completely gherawing the Chief Minister's residence. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sagai Raj, who's joining us right there from the protest site. Sagai, Congress saying BJP afraid of Siddaramaiah, trying to defame him. Huge crowds who have gathered around the Chief Minister's residence. Basuraj Bommai in a spot. Tell us a little more on what exactly the Congress is saying as they claim that these are attempts made to tarnish Siddaramaiah's image ahead of elections.
Nabila, in the visuals you can see that former Minister Ramling Reddy, Congress MLA Bharati Suresh are protesting along with the other Congress supporters in Congress office here in Bengaluru, and they will be shortly trying to geraw the residence of Chief Minister on yesterday's development. Yesterday, if you have noticed that the BJP supporters were all set to release a book against Siddaramaiah, a book which probably try to highlight that if at all if Siddaramaiah comes back to power, what all the promises or what all the things he might do. So they were trying to portray him as anti-Hindu as well as a man who is appeasing the minority. So that particular book had a lot of things, programs which will promote the minorities as well as the others. So that particular book release was being stalled after a stay order which was being got by Siddaramaya's son yesterday from one of the courts here in Bengaluru, and following that the program was cancelled, and today the Congress continue their protest against the BJP, where they have alleged that BJP is afraid of Siddaramaya, where they are trying to tarnish his image. Sir, what is your demand? Kya demand aapka?
ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವನು ಕಟೀಲು ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ದೇಶ ಒಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಒಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಧರ್ಮಗಳ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಇವರು ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಜಗದೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು, PC ಮೋಹನ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಯಾಕೆ ಇವರು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
They are saying that there are several programs which was being even organized by BJP to appease the minorities. At that point of time they haven't highlighted, but why only they are trying to target Siddaramaya, and you can see there are large number of people who are gathered, and after this particular protest here in Congress Bhavan, they will be marching towards CM's residence to try to garrow the CM's residence on yesterday's development of BJP supporters who try to release a book entitled as Siddu's Nija Kanasagalu, which literally means that Siddu's real dreams, and they were trying to malign his image through that particular book. Back to you, Nabila.
You know, it also has a lot of portions that are communally sensitive is what we hear. Sagai, why don't you clarify for us? We see some of those images showing Siddaramaya dressed as Tipu Sultan. This was one of the posters that almost making him look like the man who hails Tipu Sultan, but not too far away from the truth. If you really see Siddaramaya, or the Congress for that matter, insists on celebrating Tipu Jayanti in the state of Karnataka, despite enough and more criticism coming from the Kodava region, who really suffered at the hands of Tipu Sultan. So tell us a little more on how did they manage to get a stay order, and who are those behind the book?
See, if you notice, it is the BJP supporters who are behind this particular book. Remember, there was a skit which was already been played in Mysuru, where a popular producer is directing that particular skit in the name of Tippu Nija Kanasagalu, where they are trying to show how Tippu Sultan as a ruler or an emperor, how he has killed Hindus and all the stuff. On the same theme, the BJP supporters here in Bengaluru started to bring out a book called Siddu's Nija Kanasagalu, which means that Siddaramaya's real dreams, where they had tried to portray in that particular book that if at all, if Siddaramaya comes back to power, what all he can do. For an example, they had said that if Siddaramaya comes back to power, he will try to start a Tippu Sultan University, he will try to start to construct new statues of Tippu Sultan, as well as he will restart Tippu Jayanti in the state of Karnataka. Apart from that, there were other things where they were trying to portray that Siddaramaya is anti-Hindu and he was pro-minorities, and the programs, whatever he had planned in past, as well as if at all, if he becomes the chief minister, what all the programs that he might float for the minorities were being highlighted in that particular book. Now, the Yatindra Siddaramaya, the son of Siddaramaya, had taken a stay order in one of the courts on that particular release of the book, and now they are facing legal battle on the same unless the next verdict comes on that, the book release is being stalled.
Right, you know, Sagai, stay with us. This is an election-bound state. We're going to see such kind of controversies coming to fore. Of course, the timing is something that one must very carefully look at. Siddaramaya's book, or rather portraying him as a man who's against Hindus, pro-Muslims, all kinds of communally sensitive content in that book that was due to release. Siddaramaya's son has now applied for a stay order. A local court now in Karnataka has stalled the release of this book. Heavy police deployment as well, with the Congress now coming out on the streets. While this said, we have some more big news coming in as moral science politics now erupts in Karnataka. Karnataka Mantri meets with the priests to discuss the syllabus in the state. Karnataka government now mulling over a religious panel to teach moral science in educational institutions. Now, inputs by priests will be formally included and imbibed in the education system, particularly in the moral science classes. That's precisely what the BJP government is now mulling over. And this comes right after a series of backlash and controversies in topics of textbooks. Karnataka Primary Education Minister B.C. Nagesh had called for a meeting of priests from all communities to take their inputs and decide on the syllabus of moral science at the Vidhan Sauda today. It's almost a formal meeting to try and include some religious perceptions or ideas into educational system. In fact, the moral science is a subject. This is a subject in state syllabus. Moral science is a subject that is included as part of the syllabus, and now Karnataka BJP government deciding that they're going to get an understanding from priests of all religions and include their views in moral science subject. This was formally done at the Vidhan Sauda itself, where Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh called in priests of different religions and consulted with them on how they could tweak moral science and make this more moral for students to learn as part of their educational system. They discussed value-added education in the syllabus of moral science education with stakeholders that include K. Kasturi Ranjan, the head of NEP committee. They've also suggested to form an all-religious committee to take this forward. Basically, you have priests from every religion who will be included, involved, and their views will be taken. Let's take a listen.
Value-based education for the children is a must, and many has suggested how it has to be brought in. The main thing is that it cannot be thought, but it has to be, idealism has to be raised by practicing. So, many suggestions they are putting, like telling stories, doing dramas, and the students themselves should be acting in that. All such suggestions are coming, and particularly even about the teachers. The teachers should also be the models in the classroom.
मुल्क की तरक्की तालीम के ही ज़रिए से होती है, एजुकेशन के ज़रिए से होती है, तो इसको हम लाजिम बनाएं कि हमारे मुल्क के छोटे बच्चे जो पहली जमात से लेकर 12वीं जमात तक किसी भी तरह हर बच्चा तालीम हासिल करने वाला बन जाए, उनके हासिल करने में किसी तरह की कोई रुकावट पेश ना आए। इन वैल्यू एजुकेशन के आड़ में किसी भी मजहब पर टिप्पणी नहीं होनी चाहिए, उनकी जो बेसिक चीज़ें हैं उसको पामाल नहीं करना चाहिए। इस सिलसिले में भी मैंने बात रखी है।
People of all religions have been called here and they are giving their opinions, and therefore we feel, and it's a feel of the people also, that when our children cross the borders of our state or the country, they should be universal citizens, for which we should teach them universal human values, not from one religion, different religions.
India is a workshop of thousands of years. A lot of things have been worked out to make a healthy, happy, progressive, integrated and evolved human being. So all those great workshops from anywhere, from any religion, from any group, the great good ideas which will promote values, means virtues, sadguna sampannata, that is what is needed. Again, dividing in groups again and different bracketing people doesn't, augur well.
All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Sagai Raj, who's still with us, tracking those developments coming in from Karnataka. Sagai, a lot of allegations against the BJP government at this point that they are attempting to saffronize the education system. These are the allegations that they've been facing at least over last year, after the review committee decided to exclude some of social reformers' topics and include some of the hardliners onto your actual mainstream educational textbooks. Now, this is another attempt where priests and their views will be taken in to actually draw out the moral science syllabus. It's surprising. Tell us a little more on how far this has been drawn out.
Nabila, as you rightly pointed out, that this particular controversy with textbooks refuse to die in the state of Karnataka, whether it is from the committee which has been formed to draft the topics as well as the syllabus, as well as the textbooks and the cover page and the content and forward, everything has been a controversy in the BJP government in the state of Karnataka. We have seen that many of the thinkers, poets, writers who had criticized the state government on the kind of subjects which has been drafted inside the syllabus. Now, the Karnataka government have come forward and invited the priests from all communities. Yesterday, we have seen a priest from Hindu community, Islam community, as well as Christians, where they have invited them to go ahead and draft a syllabus for moral science. Everybody had requested for a value-based education even in the moral science, and a committee should be formed where they should go ahead and listen to the suggestions given by all these priests and try to enforce all those things in the syllabus. So the next meeting will be deciding on the committee and the kind of suggestion which is given by all these priests. Definitely it is a good move, but there is a lesson learned from the primary education department from their past experiences.
All right, but as we see, there are close to 8 revisions that have been directed, and we saw this has triggered huge protests over the last few months itself. Several communities, writers, students who have come out in protest against this kind of rejig within the education system, claiming that this is selective targeting. Many of the social reformers, their topics have been fully dropped from the education system, while a few other controversial figures have been added. Now, this is a move, it appears, to try and bring in all communities together. That's what BC Nagesh attempts to be doing here. He is calling priests from the Hindu, Muslim, Christian communities and trying to inculcate their views in moral science subject of all the way from 1 to 10 in Karnataka. Right now, moving on to Tamil Nadu, ruckus in Tamil Nadu Assembly, a campaign against the governor R.N. Ravi has spread across the state of Tamil Nadu as tensions between the Tamil Nadu government and the state has escalated. Get out Ravi, that's the hashtag that's now trending on social media. Ravi, the governor, is facing serious heat from the people of Tamil Nadu. Posters have now erupted across the city with the same hashtag. Late at night, protesters erupted at Sulur. DMK workers blocked roads, burnt posters of the governor R.N. Ravi. This comes right after governor walked out of the assembly just yesterday, interrupting Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's speech after Stalin called him out for omitting some of the words from the address that he was asked to deliver at the assembly. Meanwhile, a fresh controversy has now erupted over the governor's Pongal invite. The governor has mentioned Tamil Nadu as Tamizagam in his latest governor's Pongal invite. In fact, the CPIM MP Su Venkatesan has highlighted that last year the invitation carried the term Tamil Nadu with the state symbol, but this year it bears the Indian government symbol and the term Tamilgam in the place of Tamil Nadu. This has, of course, led to much controversy on the streets of the city, Chennai.
Sir, yesterday in the assembly there was a huge issue. What's up with the governor, sir? What do you, as a minister, what would you like to say, sir? You also said that the chief minister made the governor itself run away. Any comment on that particular one, sir?
I don't want to comment about it now.
The tolerance is the essence in democracy. When they are not tolerant to our own governor, then what kind of the democratic value that they can give to the society?
The fight between Governor Ravi and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu has reached another level in the assembly yesterday, where the Chief Minister brought in a resolution keeping the governor inside the assembly, claiming that whatever he has spoken that was not in the part of the speech should be expunged. And then what happened was that immediately hashtag Get Out Ravi started trending on Twitter, and today we see that same hashtag Get Out Ravi on the walls in several parts of Chennai. This is at a very important location near Gemini flyover, and this is what it is actually showing. Twitter #1 trending #GetOutRavi. There are several protests that has also occurred across Tamil Nadu, especially by Thandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam, who tried to burn the effigies of Governor Ravi. And here at the same time, we have this poster showing #GetOutRavi with the picture of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Minister Udaynithi Stalin and Dayanidhi Maran along with this particular poster. That way, they are showing their opposition to Governor Ravi in Chennai. Visual Nerin, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
All right, let's quickly take a listen to what exactly the Tamil Nadu governor had said in the first place that's now triggered this huge political storm in the state.
Unfortunately, in Tamil Nadu, there has been a regressive politics. Regressive politics that we are Dravidian, we have nothing to do with this, and we have been just by virtue of constitution and all, we have been brought together. In fact, Tamil Nadu is the one place, let us say Tamilagam is more appropriate.
I'm going to quickly cut across to Pramod Madhav joining us live from Chennai. Pramod, protests that have erupted right from late last night all the way to today, condemning Tamil Nadu governor of just creating unnecessary controversy. Give us a quick glimpse into what happened. We believe that a prepared speech was given to the Tamil Nadu governor, but he decided to deliver words of his own.
It absolutely is, and it is a customary and tradition of the Tamil Nadu Assembly. The first day of the Assembly, the governor gives his speech, and this speech is prepared by the Tamil Nadu government. A draft copy would be given to the governor, and if there is any change, the governor would actually retaliate, and immediately that change would be done. But we are not exactly sure if the changes were done or not. Tamil Nadu government continues to say that the copy was given, it was accepted by the governor, but he did not say a few lines, speak on few lines, especially that the lines carrying the terms Dravidian model, the names of former chief ministers of Tamil Nadu and various other aspects, and that's the reason DMK is unhappy. This led to immediate outburst, protests, burning of effigy, and now posters calling #GetOutRavi and such across the state of Tamil Nadu. However, it seems that another controversy, even before the earlier one could reside, is that the governor's particular invitation for last year and this year Pongal calls him last year Tamil Nadu governor, but this year Tamilnaga governor. That has sparked a new row as well.
All right. Stay with us, Pramod. I'm going to quickly jump into protests that's heated up in the state of Karnataka. Let me cut across to those live visuals coming in.
Pillar which is in Kolar.
In the state of Karnataka, as we see, Congress upping the ante against the BJP for releasing or attempting to release a book on Siddaramaiah, the former Karnataka Chief Minister, the Congress face for Karnataka, a book that was all set to be released called Siddu Nija Kanasugalu, basically the real dreams of Siddaramaiah, portraying Siddaramaiah as a man who is anti-Hindu. A lot of portions of that book is allegedly communally sensitive. And election-bound state, Karnataka at this point is already boiling with Congress attacking the BJP government, particularly the Chief Minister, trying to get out his residence and accusing him of trying to tarnish the image of Siddaramaiah ahead of elections. And this book is being released by the BJP with malicious intentions. These are the allegations leveled by the Congress. The Congress's Siddaramaiah's son, in fact, has also asked for a stay order on this book's release, and the local court has also demanded a stay, but yet protests that have erupted now around Town Hall. Sagai, quick word, as we see visuals coming in of protesters out on the streets, they're being detained by the police, taken away as they really step up their attack against the BJP in Karnataka.
Absolutely, the Congress are up in ante in Karnataka, especially in Bengaluru, and you can see now a few of them already been arrested, including Ramling Reddy, Bharati Suresh, MLA and former minister, and now there are more Congress supporters who are on the roads trying to block the roads, and the police are trying to clear them, and they are also trying to detain them, but they are saying that they themselves from this particular place. But Congress are protesting from yesterday against this particular book release. We have seen they had protested in front of Town Hall where the book release was supposed to happen, and thereafter they also got a stay order on that book release. And now they continue their protest against BJP, stating that they are trying to tarnish the image of Siddaramaiah. And even Ramling Reddy, who spoke to us, went on to say that if they try to release these kind of books, we can also print up to 1,000 pages books and release against the BJP and their corruption. So they are saying that whatever they are trying to do is not right, not to try to tarnish the image of Siddaramaiah. And now we can see that the police are taking stock of the situation and trying to disperse the crowd from Race Course Road, where the entire traffic was blocked after Congress leaders had protested.
All right, Sagai, what we see of those images there, clearly one would react to it. Siddaramaiah in a Tipu Sultan attire, him wearing the topi, which usually is worn by Muslims, almost trying to portray him as a man who's anti-Hindu, pro-Muslims, portions of love jihad. We believe that's part of that book, allegedly. We are not too sure about the content of the book yet, but Congress alleges that it's highly communally sensitive, has some portions that speaks of love jihad, really things that are far away from the truth, and that the BJP is deliberately trying to tarnish the image of Siddaramaiah. Now, how far do we know of this to be the truth? Does this book really have that kind of content? I mean, the glimpse is enough. The poster itself shows Siddaramaiah in a Tipu Sultan attire. Does lead us to believe that this kind of content could be in that book. But the court has decided to stay this book. In what light?
The court have clearly mentioned that nothing defamatory should be there in the booklet, and they have also went on to say that the petitioner, that is the son of Siddaramaiah, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, has requested the court to give an injunction on that particular book release, which says that whatever the content mentioned in the book is far from the truth, and which is trying to defame a political personality, a public figure like Siddaramaiah. And the order clearly says that they should not try to release anything defaming him. Even if they try to release a book, nothing which should be defaming him without any kind of truth or without any kind of evidence. So that particular book, Nabila, clearly shows that if at all Siddaramaiah becomes the next chief minister, what are the programs that he might implement. So that particular book might have highlighted that he is anti-Hindu and pro-minorities, and that is the reason that Congress were hell-bent that that book should not be released, and they got a stay order. Now, it is a legal battle which has been fought between the organizers and Congress. We need to wait and watch how long this will continue and how long they will take to release a book, or the Congress will be successful to put an end to this particular controversy on book release.
All right. Thank you very much, Guy, for joining us on that. I'm going to cut across to some of the top national news coming in that we're tracking this hour. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing an important meeting of top Jammu and Kashmir BJP leaders in Delhi. And according to the BJP leaders, issue pending that's pending in the assembly is, of course, the Jammu and Kashmir security situation and safety of Kashmiri Pandits that will be widely discussed. Now, a rift in Himachal Congress after cabinet expansion. Kangra MLA Sudhir Sharma and Gurwavin MLA Rajesh Dharmani have openly expressed their resentment after their names were dropped from the cabinet. In fact, Sharma has also shaved off his head in protest. BJP MP Parvesh Verma took a jibe at Congress MP Rahul Gandhi's T-shirt, taunting Rahul. He said poor children don't have Z+ security, private jet and bungalow in Lutyens, and asked Rahul Gandhi if he would give up this as well. The comments that were made after Rahul said that he is wearing a T-shirt just like poor children who don't have warm clothes. West Bengal BJP has now targeted Mamata Banerjee government over jobs. The Saffron Party has shared posts saying the TMC government sold jobs, which is why they can't provide it. Now, ahead of the assembly elections this year and Priyanka Gandhi's visit to Karnataka on January 16th, the State Congress has planned a manifesto and convention exclusively for women. The party has now requested women to share their demands to be included in the manifesto. Some big news and good news for India. A couple of Indian films that have now, in fact, looking bright at the Oscars. RRR, Kantara, Gangubai Kathiawadi feature in the Oscars reminder list. In fact, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS as it's called, has come out with a list of 301 feature films eligible for the Oscars, with Indian films that include RRR, Gangubai Kathiawadi, Kashmir Files as well, and Kantara making the cut. The reminder list includes movies that can officially compete in various categories, but merely featuring in the list does not guarantee that the film will advance in the final nominations of the Academy Awards that will be announced on 24th of January. But the fact that it's made it to the list itself is a moment of pride for India. 4 films, including Kashmir Files, RRR, Kantara, and Alia Bhatt's Gangubai Kathiawadi, now makes it to the list. In fact, the movies now can officially compete in various categories, but just featuring does not guarantee a win. This, of course, time will tell if at all they make it to the final list of nominations. This is big news, good news coming in for India. RRR, Kantara and Gangubai Kathiawadi feature in the Oscars reminder list. In fact, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences have come out with a list of 301 feature films across the globe that are eligible for Oscars, and that includes Indian films, RRR, Gangubai Kathiawadi, the Kashmir Files and Kantara that makes the cut here. This reminder list includes movies that can officially compete now in various categories, but merely featuring them does not guarantee that the film will advance in the final nominations of this Academy Awards. In fact, the Academy Awards announcements to happen on the 24th of January. That's when the Oscars final list will be announced, and of course the winners as well. But for now, this is a huge motivator and a booster. As we see here, 2 South Indian films, RRR, Kantara, that has made it to the list. It's in fact a massive hit in India, both the films. Gangubai Kathiawadi, Bollywood's film coming from Alia Bhatt, that was widely appreciated for Alia Bhatt's stellar acting in that film. We also have Kashmir Files that ran into huge controversy for many reasons, was also praised equally, supported by the government. This film, Kashmir Files, has also now made it to the 301 Oscars list that are now eligible for final nominations. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, demolition of 2 heavily damaged hotels to begin shortly from now. In fact, visitors include hotels evacuated, NDRF and SDRF teams now to oversee that demolition drive. I'm going to take you through images of that on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
The men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams.
The equity market is a dynamic space that needs sharper insights and perfect timing. What stock, what fund, what to pick and what to sell.
How do you make money on the markets? And what are the superior strategies for a winning portfolio?
Your questions answered by 30 years
of undisputed leadership. Only at the Market Today Summit.
Don't Show Up hitmaker Dua Lipa will make her acting debut in an upcoming spy thriller titled Argyle.
The greater the spy, the bigger the lie.
The film is based on a book by the same name written by first-time author Ellie Conway. The film will be directed by Matthew Vaughn, who is known for Kingsman films, and will also feature Henry Cavill, Bryce Dallas Howard, Samuel L. Jackson, Ariana DeBose, Bryan Cranston and Catherine O'Hara. The pop star, known for her hits like Levitating and New Rules, among others, not only wants to act but is also planning to set up her own TV and film production company so she can back stories she believes in and produce them with bigger studios.
To myself, 1, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling because he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
I got no rules, I count him.
Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR, is performed on an individual suffering from a heart attack. It doubles and triples the chances of survival in such a patient. You heard that right. Doubles and triples the chances of survival. Listen in from experts.
So CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, is a hand-on intervention which is used in patients who have become unresponsive or have developed cardiac arrest, because we are aware that if cardiac arrest is left untreated, it results in death within a few minutes. So any bystander can learn how to perform CPR and can save lives. So why it is important is that because, as I said earlier, anybody who develops cardiac arrest can die if left untreated. So before medical help arrives, anybody who is around the patient can save life of the patient at that point of time. So it's very important that ideally every person of society, every member of society should be aware of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and should aim to learn because like a good Samaritan, one can save lives if one wants. So one of the problems that happens at the time of cardiac arrest is that the breathing stops and the circulation stops. So the body tissues do not get any oxygen to survive and the glucose to survive. And this is particularly true of the brain, because the brain does not get oxygen and nutrition for even few minutes. There is irreversible damage in the brain. So while other organs and other tissues may be more tolerant to this stoppage of blood supply, but brain definitely is not. So it is so important for that reason that we should perform CPR as quickly as possible till the medical help arrives.
All right, now cutting across to Uttarakhand's Joshi Mutt, the subsidence threat there that continues. Now amid cracks on the walls that have erupted, roads and buildings, all that now looks in a danger zone considering the cracks. Preparations already on, in full swing in fact, to carry out the demolition drive that begins in Joshi Mutt. 2 hotels that were considered as dangerous are all now set to be broken down. SDRF top officials are at the spot currently, speaking to the teams that will begin that demolition activity at the 2 particularly damaged hotels there, Mount View and Malari Inn. Meanwhile, traffic police have also blocked traffic movement along the areas as part of this demolition drive preparations. Buildings have been marked under unsafe zone, have been vacated, and a buffer zone in its vicinity is also being currently vacated. A team from CBRI, Roorkee, will come here, will identify buildings which need to be demolished, and in fact, under their guidance, this entire demolition drive will be carried out. Also, MOS Defence and Tourism, Ajay Bhatt, will visit Joshi Mutt today at 11 a.m., take stock of the situation, and even as rescue and relief operations have intensified, a total of 81 families have currently been moved to safer zones.
I'm taking you inside a structure. Door I can't open, though. See, this have been, people made this house from their hard-earned money. They have their agriculture field here. They have been living here for years, for generations. Now they all have to vacate this place. There you see these cracks. This is something that people could not ignore, and they have been complaining, and this has been happening for the last 3 months. And there have been environmentalists and experts who have been alarming about, who have been warning about this, the kind of construction activities, the kind of projects being carried out in fragile mountains of Uttarakhand and this Himalayan region. This could potentially bring risk any day. And today what we are seeing is the day when we see this is literally happening. So there you see hundreds of the people are living on this terrain. This is the mountain terrain, the hilly terrain of Joshi Mutt. And now what we see, all these structures across the road will be demolished. And what we see in the first phase, what the survey has been done, around 600 such properties been marked and monitored. Now there are other districts, other places where people are also complaining there have been cracks. And I remember when this rainy incident happened near the NTPC, there was a massive tragedy, and there also people have been complaining that there are cracks developed in their houses. They have been demanding relocation. Remember, the relocation Uttarakhand has been a major concern for the people in several districts, be it Garhwal, be it Pauri, Garhwal region, Pauri, be it Tehri, Uttarkashi, or here in Chamoli. But that was always ignored. That always become election issues. But right after elections, the political parties, the establishment, they always forget it. And then again in next election, there is this issue. But today what we are seeing is literally alarming for Joshi Mutt, because if it is happening in Joshi Mutt, it could even happen in any part of the mountain area.
आज ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई माउंट व्यू की शुरू हो रही है। आप भी खड़े हैं, क्या आपको लगा था कि इसको रिपेयर कर पाएंगे आप?
सर, सबसे पहली बात तो यह है कि मेरे होटल पे आंशिक दरार है। बिल्कुल होटल बिल्कुल सही है, आप देख सकते हैं। एक तो जो 2 होटल मिल रहे हैं वहाँ पे दीवार फूल गई है। जहाँ मैं नीचे घर में रहता हूँ, जहाँ मेरा घर है, परिवार रहता है, वहाँ पे किचन और 2 बाथरूम में क्रैकिंग आ गई। बाकी होटल में आप जा सकते हैं, कहीं कुछ नहीं है। मेरा होटल
स्ट्रक्चर तो अनस्टेबल हो रहा है ना, धीरे धीरे गैप बढ़ता जा रहा है, पीछे की तरफ झुक रहा है ये होटल, और माउंट व्यू भी दरार जो है वो बढ़ रही है, तो खतरा तो है ही ये वाला बना हुआ।
सर, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि जनहित के लिए अगर इससे नुकसान हो रहा तो तोड़ दिया जाए ना, लेकिन मुझे कम से कम सूचना दिया जाए, नोटिस।
सूचना नहीं मिली है? नोटिस
बिल्कुल नहीं मिला। और मैं तो ये भी कह देना चाहता हूँ, मेरा आर्थिक मूल्यांकन कर दिया जाए और मेरे को निपटा दिया जाए। मुझे मारने के लिए रोका जा रहा है हमको, परिवार को। यहाँ हमारे आर्थिक मूल्यांकन कर दिया जाए, हमको जाने दिया जाए।
कॉम्पनसेशन की कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई इस बात को?
कोई बात नहीं, किसी अधिकारी से हमारी कोई बात नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि जो आपदा का नोटिस है जिसके तहत इसको तोड़ा जा रहा है 2 होटलों को, वो आपको नहीं मिला?
नहीं मिला, नहीं। हमारे को एक नोटिस मिला कि आपके होटल में जो है यात्री 27 तारीख अगले 12वां महीने दिसंबर में 27 तारीख को एक नोटिस आता है, आप यात्री नहीं रोक सकते हैं, नहीं रोकना चाहिए।
परमिशन विड्रॉ कर ली गई।
हाँ।
अभी किस तरह के कंपनसेशन की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं?
हम तो ये बोलते हैं भाई जो बद्रीनाथ के तर्ज में जो हमारी मार्केट रेट है उसका चौगुना करके हमको निपटा दिया जाए, क्योंकि हमारी जिंदगी का सवाल है, हमारे रोजगार का सवाल है।
रेखा, कितने साल बिताए आपने यहाँ पे?
मैंने यहाँ पे, मैं तो यहीं पे जॉब भी करती थी आंगनबाड़ी में, लेकिन इसी बार मुझे जाना पड़ा है। मेरा तो आधा जीवन यहीं बीत गया। 40 साल 45 साल होने वाले हैं मुझे यहाँ पे।
बचपन की क्या क्या यादें आपको याद आती हैं इस घर की?
बचपन हमने यहीं खेला, यहीं कूदा, यहीं खेले कूदे, सारी भाई बहन ऊपर, यहीं बहुत बता नहीं, हर आध वो है बचपन की, हमारी हर चीज यहीं पे है।
इसका ये कमरा क्या था, यहाँ पर क्या?
ये कमरा मेरे चाची और चाचा का बेडरूम था। आज उन्हें यहाँ से घर से बेघर होना पड़ा है।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashutosh Mishra, who's been tracking those developments there. Ashutosh, it's a much-needed drive. This had to be done. These are sensitive zones, and even before an untoward incident could happen, it appears that they're trying to comb the area. Wherever there are cracks, now will be demolished. Over 80 families have been moved out to safer zones. I can't even imagine the trauma of those families. How are they receiving this?
And there'll be around 600 yet to leave to evacuate to the safer places. Nabila, you know, I've been talking to the people, and as we know about Joshi Mutt, when some decades ago on a big portion of the Himalayan glacier, Himalayan mountain slabbed totally, how Joshi Mutt was made. And on this particular structure, what we see yet again, the biggest portion of this Himalayan mountain range is sliding down, and this is taking away all the structures made on it. Because the commercial property, the residential properties, more than 600 properties have been marked with this red cross, and this is a danger zone mark. Not just this, even right behind me, what I see, you know, this is really, the emotions are very high, sentiments are very high. This just newly house was made for 3 sisters, those who have, you know, spent their childhood here, and this was made just 2 months ago. All their plan was to stay together, you know, for rest of their time. And now what I see, Sanjay, just, you know, with moist eyes, all these sisters and brother only have been crying. They have somehow managed to escape from this place, have taken their belongings, but all they are coming and again taking pictures, recording their last images. Sanjay ji, कितना पेनफुल है इस मौके को देखना, खासकर जब आपने ऐसा घर बनाया था जहां बचपन बीता आपका?
क्या बताया जाए, क्या फील की जाए, इसमें कुछ बोलने लायक है नहीं। हमने अपनी पूरी मेहनत से बनाया था, अब आज अपने ही सामने टूटता हुआ देख रहे हैं, अच्छा नहीं लगा।
And you know, this doesn't look really very scary, you know, but how scary it is, those situations where I can see, this is the gap, these are the kind of cracks that we are seeing across the mountain. The portion is, you know, sliding, you know, and that's exactly how this is creating, you know, risk to lives and to entire these structures. The hotels are being collapsed. This is how one Anganwadi center was here. Some local students, local children, they were, you know, being they were studying here at this small Anganwadi center. Now this is also have been marked under the red zone. So this entire property, this entire landscape is now under risk, since we are seeing waters being surfaced from those cracks, and that is the particular hotel we're talking about that will be demolished, that will be razed. But the biggest fear and apprehension is that without carrying out a survey going to raise out such structure, will there be further catastrophe or there will be any further aftermath? That is being studied at the moment by the administration. But the biggest mountain task on the mountains I'm seeing, Nabila, is to evacuate these more than 600 people and taking them safer shelters, and also ensuring a better future, better bread and butter.
They've got to be
and
rehabilitated.
children,
Certainly, Ashutosh, thank you very much. We know that Uttarakhand Chief Minister at this point, Pushkar Singh Dhami, is really the man in the spot. He's spoken exclusively to India Today on the Joshi Mutt sinking, the situation at hand. Listen in.
ताज़ा सिचुएशन क्या है जोशी मठ में? जोशी मठ की ताज़ा हालात पर आप हमें क्या बता सकते हैं? हमें ऐसी जानकारी मिल रही कि कई लोगों को आप अब वहां से निकालकर अन्य जगहों में लेकर जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, अभी हम लोग तात्कालिक रूप से जो लोग उस खतरे की जद में आए हैं या जो प्रभावित हैं, ऐसे व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान हैं, मकान हैं, सब मिलाकर लगभग 678 हैं, और जो 81 परिवार हैं वो ज़्यादा प्रभावित हैं। उन सभी को सरकारी गेस्ट हाउस, होटलों इत्यादि में हमने अभी शिफ्ट किया है। अभी एनडीएमए के साथ, एसडीएमए के साथ अभी हमारी बैठक हुई है और हम दीर्घकालिक जो योजना है, दीर्घकालिक जो पुनर्वास होना है, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने अभी चर्चा की है। जल्दी ही हम निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचेंगे कि आखिर ये पानी का जो रिसाव हो रहा है वो किस कारण से हो रहा है, कहाँ से हो रहा है और आगे कितना प्रभावित होने वाला क्षेत्र है। और जो नया क्षेत्र है उसका सारा भूवैज्ञानिकों से सारा सर्वेक्षण कराने के बाद हम पुनर्वास की कार्रवाई को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और इसमें भारत सरकार का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो इस पर पूरी निगरानी कर रहे हैं, पूरा व्यक्तिगत रूप से उसको देख रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने सारी जानकारियां ली हैं और हर संभव हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया है, मदद का भरोसा दिया है, सहायता करने का उन्होंने कहा है कि हर प्रकार की सहायता की जाएगी। और राज्य सरकार पूरी तरह से लगातार इसकी मॉनिटरिंग कर रही है। मैं भी स्वयं मॉनिटरिंग कर रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे सारे लोग वहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं, सारे अधिकारीगण लगे हुए हैं, सारे हमारे जनप्रतिनिधिगण लगे हैं।
पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस का डिमांड है कि इसको नेशनल डिजास्टर अब घोषित किया जाए। क्या आप इस डिमांड को मान, शुड जोशीमठ सिचुएशन बी कॉल्ड अ नेशनल डिजास्टर मिस्टर चीफ मिनिस्टर? क्या ऐसी नौबत आ गई है? इज दिस अ नेशनल डिजास्टर? क्या आप मानते हैं?
संसाधनों की कोई ऐसी कमी नहीं है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और पूरे केंद्र की सरकार ने हमको हर प्रकार से सहायता का भरोसा दिया है और सहायता कर रहे हैं। सारी टीमें यहाँ पर आ गई हैं, सब अपने सर्वेक्षण के काम में लग गई हैं। तो इसलिए संसाधनों की कोई कमी नहीं होने वाली। इस समय सबको मिलकर एक दिशा में चलना है कि जोशीमठ को बचाना है, जोशीमठ के लोगों को बचाना है।
All right, for a lot more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay with us. I'm going to come back with the top headlines in just a bit.
After displaying its rich art, culture and heritage in tableau for 13 years in a row at Republic Day parades in New Delhi, Karnataka's tableau will be missing out this time as the union government has rejected the model proposed by the state. The centre has reasoned that Karnataka was given a break this time to give an opportunity to those states that had been omitted for the past 8 years. Karnataka had won the second prize for its tableau, the Cradle of Traditional Handicrafts, last year. The rejection of its tableau this year has created an uproar in the poll-bound state, with the Congress and pro-Kannada organizations up in arms against the Bommai government. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has called the Bommai government incapable and weak, adding that the state BJP leadership were cowards in front of the High Command. Other Congress leaders too targeted the centre's move.
There is a stepmotherly attitude towards Karnataka from Mr. Narendra Modi's government. Last time they almost dismissed the tableaus of Narayan Guru, Basveshwara and all. This time they have not given any space for Karnataka. That shows it's a stepmotherly attitude towards the Karnataka.
Last year happens in 26 parades. So one of the Narayana Guruji tableau is rejected. The last Republic Day. So this is meaning central government not interested in Karnataka culture, not interested in any flood situation, drought. So always neglecting Karnataka.
Pro-Kannada groups stamped the Bommai government for not taking the initiative.
ತುಂಬ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ 2ನೇ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಚಿತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು, ಗರಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ಸ್ತಬ್ಧ ಚಿತ್ರವನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ದೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ಸಾರುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸ್ದೇನೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ದ್ರೋಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
While politics continues, the Karnataka tableau will be missed in Delhi on the 74th Republic Day on January 26th. Bureau Report, India Today.
We have EVs and luxury SUVs on the show so often, but what if I told you, if you watch Ford versus Ferrari, you'd know how important it is for an automotive brand to understand what kind of tech and what sort of engineering works on the racetrack. In fact, a lot of the technologies and the practices that are used on the racetrack can be used to enhance and improve road cars. How does all of it happen? Why are we here at this iconic event in London? Well, here's a sneak peek. On Tech today, we have a very special guest from the world of Formula E. We're talking all about how EV tech from the racetrack will make it to road cars with James Barclay from Jaguar ECS. Nice to meet you.
Great to be here.
James, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on Tech today. With a lovely skyline to establish that we're not doing this in the metaverse, but we're doing it on the show, I want to start off by asking you, when we talk about how Formula E is a sort of a test bed for what's going to eventually come to the Jaguar EV road car, how much of it do we see translating from the racetrack to the road car?
Yeah, that's one of the fundamental reasons why we're involved in Formula E. It's a real world test bed for electric vehicle technology. We're in a world championship sport where in order to gain advantage and be ahead of your competition, you have to innovate in the best way possible. And I always liken it, you in your professional level, you always push yourself further than you ever would normally go when that level of competition exists around you. So that competition is good, it improves the breed, so to speak. And it's everything. It's on the powertrain technology, the electric motor, the inverter, the software. Aerodynamics in Formula 1 is incredibly important. In Formula E, it's about the software, how we tune and control the powertrain to deliver that the most efficient way and the best way in terms of performance. And it's everything from material science in terms of how we develop our powertrain systems all the way through to the application of the software. So it's actually a hugely exciting area. The technology is evolving incredibly quickly. And what's really relevant is that the things we're doing in Formula E will make our future road cars even better.
afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the news coming in from Tamil Nadu. The clash between Tamil Nadu government, the people of the state, as well as the governor. All that and more. The headlines first. Trouble now for Shaila Rashid. Delhi LG gives a nod for prosecution in a sedition case against Shaila for her 2019 anti-army tweets. Protests across Tamil Nadu against the governor over his walkout from the assembly. The government, in fact, attacking the governor as well as people, locals there, coming out to say, "Get out, Ravi." That's the kind of hashtag posters emerging across the state against the governor after the Tamizagam debate reignites. Congress workers protest in Bengaluru over Siddaramaia's book, says the BJP's attempt to tarnish Siddaramaia's image, and that's why a book has been released ahead of elections showing Siddarameia as a Tippu Bhakt. Cops now resorting to lathi charge as Congress steps up the ante against the government. Demolition of two heavily damaged hotels to begin shortly from now. Visitors include hotels evacuated there. NDRF, SDRF teams currently on spot to oversee this demolition drive. And Rahul Gandhi's another run-in with the RSS. BJP Rahul uses Mahabharata analogy to target the Sangh, likens the ruling party with wealthy Kauravas. All right, cutting across to some big news from Karnataka as we're looking at the assembly polls just around the corner in the state of Karnataka. Here we're looking at protests that have intensified between the two major parties in the state, the Congress and the BJP. Now, just a day after huge uproar that erupted over a satirical book on former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, Congress has now upped the ante against the BJP. Listen to Siddaramaiah speaking. Today the focus is away from the farmers' real issues. They're washing their hands. Farmers today are washing their hands with their tears. At one point, the gas prices, cylinder prices was 109 rupees. Today it's crossed to 1,000 rupees.
What is the difference? Only ಯದ್ವಾತದ್ವ ಏರಿಕೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಡದೆ ಕ್ರೂಡ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಇದೆಯಾ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ ಮನಮೋಹನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗಿದೆ.
All right, let's talk about petrol prices today. Internationally, petrol prices, crude oil prices have dropped. Then why India's crude oil prices are high?
ಆ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂತ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು 2000
They were issuing subsidies for gas cylinders. That too, they have stopped.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಮನಮೋಹನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು ಸಬ್ಸಿಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
Manmohan Singh used to give subsidy for gas, but today that's been stalled.
ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡ್ನಿಲ್ಲ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ 2 ಕೋಟಿ ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆನ್ ದಿ ಅದರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಡವರು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪದಾರ್ಥಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ GST ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
They said, BJP said they're going to give 2 crores worth benefit for the poor, but instead they came around with imposing heavy GST even for the poor.
ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅವರು ಇರುವಾಗ 78,000 ಕೋಟಿ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿರುವಾಗ
when Manmohan Singh was in power, he cleared away farmers' loans of 78,000 crores.
1,000 ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮಾಡಿ 8,165 ಕೋಟಿ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾವು.
When I was in power, I cleared off loans worth thousands of crores of farmers.
ಇವರು ರೈತರ ಸಾಲ ಮನ್ನಾ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆನ್ ದಿ ಅದರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಬಾಡಿಗಳದು more than 10 lakh crores.
While that's the treatment for farmers and the poor, you have private companies that are, their loans are excused, loans up to 10,000 odd crores that the rich and mighty take unethically. Those loans are waived off.
ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ಮಕಾಂಡಗಳ ಆರೋಪ ಪಟ್ಟಿಯನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪಾಪದ ಪುರಾಣ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಪಾಪದ ಪುರಾಣ ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ರಥಯಾತ್ರೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಜನರ ಬಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಜನರ ಸಲಹೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಜನರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು, ಜನರ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಂಬರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಕರುನಾಡಿಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನ 7 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನ ಇದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಈ ನಂಬರ್ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. 9537.
Here's a number for any grievances that you want us to address. Call on this number.
9537 224 224. ಈ ನಂಬರಿಗೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತಿಳಿಸಬಹುದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕರ್ಮಕಾಂಡಗಳನ್ನು
All right, we're shifting our focus to some big news coming in from Bengaluru city. A metro pillar has collapsed in Bengaluru city, killing 2. The civic apathy on full display in Bengaluru. A mother-son duo die after a metro construction pillar crashes. Mother and her toddler die on the spot in this accident. Mother and son have died in this incident. A couple along with their son were headed towards Hebbal area where there's metro construction works. In fact, a pillar that supports a metro line has come crashing down, killing 2 people, a mother and son. The metro pillar was overloaded and collapsed while that bike was passing. Mother and son were pillion riders. The father has survived. The mother and the son right behind have died. They've suffered grievous injuries, shifted to Altis Hospital, but unfortunately succumbed. Deceased have been identified as Tejaswini and a 2.5-year-old son, Vihan. Absolutely tragic. Let me cut across to Sagai Raj for more on Bengaluru. Sagai, unbelievable. A metro construction pillar there, we believe, has come crashing down on a biker. And this happened somewhere close to Hebbal. How far was this metro construction complete? What led to this pillar collapsing? Any word on that?
So the construction has not been completed yet, Nabila. It is under construction, and this particular stretch connects from Whitefield Silk Board to airport, and it is still under construction. The pillars are still being laid down, and the constructions are still happening. And if you notice, the entire stretch, there are only pillars. You get to see a lot of rods, but there are no security measures which is being taken. And this particular pillar has collapsed, and unfortunate news is that the family of 3 who were on their bike heading towards Hebbala from Horamavu, and this particular pillar collapsed close to HRPR layout when they were en route to Hebbal, and immediately they were being shifted to the hospital close to that particular ring road, and unfortunately they had succumbed to injuries. They were being identified as Tejaswini and 2.5-year-old Bihan, and they were pillion riders, and the case is yet to be registered. The DCP of Bengaluru East says that so far there are no complaint which has been registered on the same. Once they register a complaint, they will be taking necessary action. And it is the failure of measures, precautionary measures by the metro department which is constructing these pillars across the city.
Where do you think is the slip here, Sagai? If you really look at it, this is an under construction site, and ideally those roads must be barricaded, but yet you have traffic to pass by. People, of course, are commuting on the sidelines of that under construction pillar there. And if it was so weak, there should have been a survey that should have been carried out. But yet this was left for it to finally collapse on a commuter. It is expected, if the foundation is weak, something like this will happen. And one who knows Bangalore knows how long metro lines have been constructed. This is a never-ending saga. Construction just never ends.
Absolutely. And every alternative road, you either get to see the construction of roads or laying new roads, white topping roads, rapid roads and metro construction. This is how the entire chaos in Bengaluru. And this particular stretch, Nabila, what we are talking, and if you go to the entire ring road, you'll find huge towers of pillars which is still under construction. They are not completing, but they are just laying this huge thick rods which will help for foundation for these kind of pillars. But when you are laying these kind of rods as a pillars, there should be some kind of precautionary. If at all, if it get collapsed, the public should not be allowed. But if you notice, the construction are happening right in the center of the road. Right side you have the vehicles going on the other side, and left side you have from the opposite direction. But no precautionary measures has been taken, and this is for the unfortunate news that comes to light, that a pillar has been collapsed, and thankfully it has collapsed now. Remember, if after completion of the construction, if it would have collapsed, there might be more damage, especially people who are also traveling in the metro train as well as the public on the same road.
All right, we believe that it were the bystanders who jumped in and tried to pull out the mother-son duo and even the father from under the debris there. But how tall or how big was that pillar? Clearly it was heavy enough to kill them on the spot, but was there any survey done? Was there a way that the BBMP who's carrying out that metro construction there did they detect this kind of instability in that pillar there, and despite that allowed for traffic to pass by?
No. Nabila, it doesn't come under BBMP. It is a separate entity. Metro has been taken over by a separate entity along with center and state collaboration, and the metro.
But it's also the civic body that monitors it, isn't it? The surveys are usually done by the BBMP when it comes to foundation of a pillar, etc. Any construction per se within city limits comes also under the BBMP. Yes, it is granted to a private agency which has got to do their job, but it's in compliance with the government officials. Why no survey? Why no detection of this weak pillar that was standing all the while? How long has this construction been pending, Sagai?
No, it has been from a long time. I also live at the same place where this particular incident has happened. It is just 1 kilometer away from my residence, and I have seen this particular construction happening from a long time. Just 6 months back, there was a white topping road which was being laid down on the same road, and after a few days they started to construct these kind of huge pillars, and this is more than 100 feet of pillars in the center of the road. And as you pointed out, yes, the government agencies have to look over it, but these are the pillars which has been put initially. So these government agencies have to give a certification once the construction happened, what kind of construction which has been done, what kind of material which has been used. Much before that could even happen, this particular pillar has collapsed and killed 2 people.
And look at the size of the pillar there, Sagai. If you're there, are you at the spot right there? Are we able to see up close how the pillar really looks like? Look at the size of that pillar. It almost looks like an entire tree that's come falling down. Anyone who God forbid, is trapped under this could die. And that's precisely what's happened. A mother-son duo has died right on the spot. All right, stay with us, Sagai. I'm going to cut across to Mohandas Pai for a little more on that. Mr. Pai, here is a huge metro pillar which Bangalore takes pride in. The city is taking pride in a metro line, end-to-end connectivity coming to life. But it's taken way too long, and one knows how long the metro construction is on in many parts of Bengaluru city. And here's one where a huge pillar that's fallen right on the road where vehicles have passed by. One biker has fallen victim to it. A mother-son duo has died. Who can we really pin the blame on here?
Well, I think it's very important for us to have a proper inquiry to understand what has happened. Did it happen because of lack of safety measures? Did it happen because of construction deficiencies? Did it happen because of material deficiencies? I think we must do that. What has happened is very tragic and very shocking because a lot of construction work is going on. It has been going on safely for so long. And I think this is the first instance where I've heard of where something has happened on the metro. So I think in the next 48 hours, we should have an expert committee to go into details and release a report and take action against people who have failed. So I think we have to just make sure that this is not repeated again and there's been no negligence. If there is negligence, people have to be prosecuted.
We understand that, Mr. Pai, that this metro construction is usually handed over to a private agency. Would you be able to tell us what's the procedure here? The private agency carries out the construction. Are there no checks done by the civic body, the BBMP, or certain government officials who are monitoring this kind of construction? How is the construction allowed to delay? Isn't there a time-bound manner within which they've got to complete it?
Well, construction has been delayed for many reasons, and it could be because the construction company has run out of money. They're not been able to mobilize for whatever reason. Drawings have not been released. There's no proper project management system in place. There could be multiple reasons. I really don't have information, except there has been delay. I hope the government will tell us why it has been delayed, because the contractor will not talk about it, and the BMRCL is not talking about it. And I think it's very important for them to be transparent to the public as to why delays have taken place. But that is a very different issue. But today, the tragedy that has happened has to be probed, and the fears of the public should be put to rest. Because tomorrow, there's construction work going on. If any vehicle passes nearby, people will be scared. And we must put the fear to rest to see whether proper safety precautions. Because remember, these are all big companies. They won under a tender. They have the experience. They have the knowledge. They have the professional staff. They have the equipment. They have everything is there. So if the tragedy is occurred despite all this, then we really must get to the cause of it and take appropriate action to make sure it doesn't happen again. And the people who have died have to be sufficiently compensated.
Mr. Pai, you mentioned about the kind of delays that could have happened. Nobody's speaking about it. This looks like a classic case of red tapeism. You have netas involved, you have contractors involved, you have all the officials who are monitoring a construction as big as this in a city like Bengaluru, a crowded, a populated city. You can't let that let that pass or let time to pass. And no security checks, no surveys being done to see the actual strength of those pillars or to check if at all those areas there are safe for commuters to pass by. Should we barricade those areas since it may be weak? Those are decisions that's got to be taken in light of the safety. You have people paying their taxes for what?
No, I totally agree with you. Bangalore has been thoroughly mismanaged. And we have been protesting against the mismanaged. The city corporation has been corrupt. We have so many problems. We all know that. We've been protesting. Government has taken some action and is happy to see the action. For example, our traffic has improved because we got a very, very good DGP, Dr. Salim, who has brought in good management practice. And suddenly there's an improvement in traffic. We're spending 25-30% less time sitting on the road. That's very good. And some roads are getting widened. And the city corporation new commissioner, Tushar Girinath, is completing roads which have been stuck for a long period of time. He's doing a good job. Right. So I think we're seeing a change in the thing. Even the new CEO of BMRCL, Anjum Parvez, is doing a good job. I mean, he's reviewing.
Right,
so
but Mr. Pai, thank you very much. I'm going to quickly cut across to Congress's DK Shivkumar, who's spoken on the same. Listen in.
The party president recently said, don't talk about developmental issues, talk about only Lamsiad and all of this.
This is the quality of 40% commission Sarkar. When they give 40% commission, what quality they can give? There is no quality. This is a 40% commission. This is the root cause. This is the face of the commission.
Thank you, sir.
All right, expected lines. The Congress already jumping in to accuse the BJP government of being a 40% Sarkar, saying that any contracts issued, tenders floated, 40% commission is demanded by the BJP. Allegations made by the Congress leveled even on this case. This is what the Congress says. Let me cut across to Sagai on this. Sagai, DK Shivkumar responding to questions by the media there on this accident, a very fatal death of mother and son who were on a bike passing by a metro pillar, under construction metro pillar, which has fallen. The pillar has fallen on the bike and killed the mother-son duo on the spot. Thankfully, the father who was riding the bike has survived. But Congress calling this the real result of BJP's 40% governance.
Absolutely, the opposition would like to take mileage out of this particular situation, but it is the public, it is the citizens who are suffering because of this kind of bad quality. And Nabila, if you try to understand the pillars doesn't come on the top of your road or top of any building. It is from the foundation. Probably if it is 100 feet tall, probably it also goes below around 25 to 10 feet under the earth. So it clearly shows there is a mismanagement and the quality of the construction is not up to the mark, and that is the reason this 100 feet tall huge pillar has been collapsed. But who will take onus of it? Whether the metro department will come forward and say that yes, it is our mismanagement, it is our bad quality of construction materials which is being used, which is led for this kind of
and it's not even completely constructed, and that's the irony here, Sagai, that this pillar has not been fully constructed. It's just the bare foundation that stands. Ideally should be sturdy, but that has fallen now on moving vehicles. Let me cut across to Brijesh Kalapa joining us for a little more. Brijesh, what we see here is certainly worrisome. Bengaluru is taking pride in this fast built metro line that's coming up. A lot of the areas construction has been pending for years, I could say, and now you have that huge pillar that's fallen straight. All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to Anjum Parvez, who's the BMRCL head, joining us for a little more. Anjum Parvez, a quick justification of what has happened. This is highly tragic. You have a mother-son duo who's died on the spot. Tell us, why was the foundation of that pillar so weak? Why were no surveys or checks done?
A very good afternoon. So first of all, I would like to clarify that it is not the fault by constructed pillar. Okay, it is the pillar for which the reinforcement was being done. So before the casting, the reinforcement is done, and that reinforcement has fallen. So we use 4 ropes to keep this reinforcement stable, because it's a very high reinforcement, almost about 18 meters. And one of the wire which was holding it broke. So because of that reason, this incident happened. So we are trying to find out what was the reason for this breaking of the rope. So we are constituting a technical committee, and then we'll be able to find out what was the actual reason. Was it a manual error or whatever happened exactly? But it is not a constructed pillar. It is at a stage of construction where the reinforcement has fallen. Okay.
Precisely why it leaves us worried all the more, Mr. Parvez, that this is not a constructed pillar. It's basically the skeleton of a pillar which ideally should stand stable. And it's a massive pillar there. You have a huge pillar that's fallen. Was there no checks that were done in advance? What do you think has led to this pillar falling off from its root? And it ideally stands strong. It should stand strong in a foundation. The foundation itself should be really strong to ensure that this kind of episode does not happen. Had you done regular checks, maybe you could have barricaded the area if you had any ifs and buts about the quality of it, any doubts. Block off traffic around that area. Why was it allowed to, why were commuters allowed to ply along those routes when you were uncertain of how strong this pillar is?
Let me explain the entire thing. So once the foundation is done, the steel rods are tied to take the pillar. Now the steel which was tied up, it is held by 4 ropes on 4 sides. Now one of the ropes has broken, and because of that, the steel reinforcement which has been tied up, that has fallen. So the foundation is not weak, and we have a very routine safety measure which is taken up, both from the contractor side as well as my own team is doing that thing. We have a third-party consultant also. Now we have to find out why this rope broke. Was it because of any manual error or somebody interfered with that? So after the technical team goes into the detail of that thing, that will be able to come exactly what is the reason. Okay?
Right. We got you breaking.
Yeah.
Right. We heard you. Okay, all right. You're saying the foundation is sturdy, but then you're also telling me that those pillars are held on by a rope. A rope is susceptible to an incident like this. A rope can very easily snap. Despite knowing that this could happen, then you allow traffic to pass.
These are all steel ropes, okay, and this work is going on the outer ring road. The outer ring road is continuously, the traffic keeps on flowing, and we have barricading from both sides. But this was a very tall pillar, and we used the iron wire to hold this kind of reinforcement structure. So one of the iron wire has broken. So we will find, our team is there.
Right.
They are trying to find
Has
why
an
this
episode
break
like
has
this ever happened in the past, Anjum Parvez? If you could tell us if this is the norm everywhere. While you construct pillars of this nature, is it regularly or usually held on by metal ropes? Is this how work is done ideally?
It is everywhere, wherever the metro work happens, it is held by four wire ropes. It is held. That is called as a guy wire. And the same standard procedure is followed. Now, in this we have to check why that has broken. So all
An incident like this has never happened in the past?
No. In the past, we have not encountered this kind of incident.
You mentioned a quick word on the survey, on periodic surveys and checks you'll carry out. Could you establish for us what kind of periodic checks does the BMRCL carry out?
In fact, at every stage, my own safety team does the entire safety checkups and all these things. What is the defined protocol, whether it is being followed or not. And we have other consultants also. Their job is to go and re-verify that thing. So all those things are in place. Now, this is very unfortunate. Why it has happened, we have to look into it. And maybe that we have to change a little bit of the protocol, that in future this kind of incident should not happen.
Has the metro construction of this line here, particularly in this area, is it constructed in a time-bound manner, or are we seeing delays in completion of this metro line?
This project, it has started just last year. Okay, in October 2022 it was started. So it is going well on time. Everything was going on perfectly fine, but this unfortunate incident has suddenly happened. So we'll take all the necessary measures.
Mr. Anjum Parvez, that you all foresee an instance like this. You should foresee, ideally, any construction company must foresee a situation like this. How are you going to treat this case at this point? It'll be all fingers pointed at the BMRCL and that private company who's constructing this metro line. Would you take full responsibility for what's happened?
See, we have to exactly, that's what I'm telling, that when the technical team goes into detail, they'll be able to find out whose mistake was this. Was it a mistake of BMRCL official, or was it a mistake from the contractor? So we are issuing the notice to both my chief engineer also and the company also. And whoever is found responsible for this, strict action will be taken against those people.
You know, Mr. Anjum Parvez, the mother and son duo have died. The family is right now grieving. How would you give out your condolences? Any justification at this point would fall short because, of course, all eyes on the construction, the quality, the material used, etc. You say an incident has never happened in the past of such nature, but something like this you should have anticipated an instance like this. Unfortunately, it's come alive. This, this kind of death. One can't, one should never ever dream of. Riding very peacefully on a road and then you have a pillar right falling over you. I'm sure you've anticipated something like this. How would you give out your condolences to the family?
See, I cannot give any justification for what happened. It's a very unfortunate incident, and we are really pained by this incident. And I'm going to meet the husband also. I'm on the way to the hospital, and I will discuss with him what to be done next. Really, really sad like this with this incident which has happened, and I cannot justify these things. Okay, I cannot say that because of this it happened, because of that it happened, because that does not mean anything for the family. We have lost two members of the family. So I'm going to meet them. I'm on the way only. Very soon I'll be reaching there. Okay?
Just stay with us. We have Sagai Raj, who is our India Today correspondent, who stays very close to that area where this instance has taken place. He's tracking those developments, has a question for you. Sagai, over to you.
Sir, that is one of the busiest roads. Why there are no precautionary measures which has been taken? Because it is in the middle of the road and two sides there are vehicles which is commuting every single day. There is an IT park next to that particular place. But why there are no precaution taken? Why there are no enough covering for the commuters, whoever commutes on that particular road? Because every single day there are so much of traffic because of the construction which is happening.
See, that's why I told you that the barricading is done from both sides to a certain height. This is a pillar which is 18-meter high. Okay, and these pillars are held by the rope, and that rope broke because of that it has fell. So as far as the barricading is concerned, that is all along the outer ring road or wherever the metro work is done, the barricading is contested and that is done mandatorily.
Sir, but it is in the middle of the road, sir. Sir, but it is in the middle of the road. But it is in the middle of the road and two sides vehicles are commuting, sir. It is dangerous any given point because there is a construction which is happening and these are huge pillars which is coming in the middle of the road. Why there are no precautionary measures which has been taken, sir?
All precautionary measures were taken. All precautionary measures were taken, but this is an incident which has happened. We have to find out that why it happened like this. With all the precautionary measure, why it has happened like this, and then we'll come to know exactly what was the reason. But as far as the precautionary measure is concerned, every kind of precautionary measures are taken by DMRCL. Okay. Hello.
Right. Anjum Parvez, thank you very much for joining us on that. Well, of course, this is at max the BMRCL can say in justification that an investigation has been initiated. They're going to check thoroughly on where the lapses have been. But Sagai Raj, who's our reporter, he stays very close to that area where this happened, and he says very clearly that this is a high traffic zone. You have construction that's taking place for quite a while, and it's really clogging traffic along those areas. Should there have been a way to ensure that people's lives are not at risk? A pillar like this falling off, a metal wire that was holding the pillar up snapping, something that the BMRCL should have anticipated, and it's highly shocking that this has come crashing down on riders that were passing by. Unfortunately, 2 lives are lost. Harish Bijur is also joining us, a prominent Bengalurian who understands this kind of issues very well and the kind of traffic that Bengaluru faces, the metro construction that's perennial, never ends. Harish Bijur, how would you look at a case like this? BMRCL says that investigation is underway. Never before a situation like this has ever taken place. They're obviously investigating to see if this happened because of some kind of internal failure, or was there any human intervention to this?
You know, firstly I would like to say that I really wish this had not happened at all. If people had planned for this not to happen, I don't believe this would have happened. Because if you really look at construction work in the city of Bengaluru, it is perennial, it is continuous. We are a perennially work-in-progress city. In such a situation, there are roads which are not roads anymore. There are footpaths which are not footpaths anymore. The 100-foot road in Bengaluru is a classic example. If you really look at it, it feels like a war zone. Now, war zones are a must to create better infrastructure. But then when the infrastructure is being created, please block these roads away completely, 100%. How can you have a BMRCL construction going on and traffic on both sides of the road on? It is just not on. It is a certain callous construction in progress. And I think this should be a wake-up call for all of us in the city. All of us are responsible for this because we don't object to these things. We have a word in Kannada which says simply adjust Madi, which means just adjust and move on. Simply adjust Madi is not an attitude we can have in construction work which can kill people, as it has killed 2 people today. So no simply adjust Madi anymore. Let's have a zero tolerance policy, zero traffic policy in areas where construction is on. We don't need any more deaths in Bengaluru due to callous construction.
No, but Mr. Bijur, BMRCL's metro project in Bengaluru is really an ambitious one, and one for a Bengalurian. People, in fact, take pride in the city being so high-tech, having great connectivity, etc. Metro would have really rounded that up for the city, the Silicon Valley. So at one point, one would say blocking off traffic in that entire stretch would result in chaos in the city, which ideally is so small. You barely have space to move, and then you block off one outer ring road. It's devastating for traffic. So how do you believe that this could have been better handled? Do you think periodic surveys should have been done? BMRCL head says that they're doing it, but I still can't believe that a metal wire holding up that huge pillar there could snap so easy.
You just have two options. Either take care of the lives that you don't want to lose, or be careful and block the road so that people go through some discomfort when construction is on. Now, of course, you will say that maybe, a lack of people moving on the road is more important than 2 dead lives. I don't think anybody can say that. And this is what we need to be careful. We need to respect lives more than anything else.
Absolutely.
So just don't construct with traffic ongoing all the time.
We heard the BMRCL head, Anjum Parvez, who spoke exclusively to India Today and said that these kind of situations are not anticipated. They are very thorough with their protocols. So now it's about time. Maybe they've got to change and rework on their protocols, their guidelines, and ensure a better survey system. But it's usually post-mortem reaction that we see. Very rarely do we see precautionary measures being taken up. But Harish Bijur, request you to stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Anagha, our correspondent, right there at the spot, showing us a closer look at what's happened. Anagha, take us through how big is that pillar, what really happened. Bystanders there speaking to us. Give us some reactions, please.
Nabila, if you take a look here, this is the exact pillar that collapsed. As you can see, the whole pillar was under construction and it was standing on this metallic pillar here. I refuse to believe that under construction, this metro pillar has crashed so easily, and this was under construction, Nabila. This begs us to question the kind of material and the kind of quality that that the metro has employed to construct this metro pillar. As we can see, the DCP has arrived, who is also taking stock of the situation. On the bike were 4 people, mother, father and twins. The child has unfortunately passed away, and so has 28-year-old Tejaswini. Both of them have succumbed to their injuries while they were on their way to the hospital. And the hospital is just opposite to the pillar here. If I can just ask my cameraman to pan. This was where the accident site occurred, and to my right, the Altus Hospital is where, the victim was admitted, where both of them have passed away, is what we're learning.
Now, quickly tell us, Anagha, how is this now taken up legally? Is there a case that's been registered against the private company constructing this metro, the BMRCL? How has the family taken this forward? I know it's too soon for them to react. Of course, they're grieving. A mother and son duo died on the spot after this pillar came crashing down. It's the passers-by, bystanders who literally dragged them away and tried to help them reach a hospital, but unfortunately were declared dead. So very soon to say what kind of legal action is taken, but I'm sure the police has taken suo motu cognizance.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Yes, Nabila. In fact, I have the police right here with me, and I'm just going to try to talk to them. Okay, the bite is not possible, but I will be getting him shortly. But what we're getting to learn is that a case has not yet been filed. An FIR will be filed provided a complaint is being registered, is what the DCP East of Bengaluru has told us. So a case has to be filed by somebody for them to file an FIR. Until now, a case has not been filed against the metro company that was given the contract to build this metro pillar. As you can see the visuals, it has completely slanted. If you take a look at the pillar, at the first pillar over there, it is completely straight at 90 degrees. But then cut to this pillar, you can see the way it has slanted. So one would imagine that the bike, that the bike family was going in that side of the road, and this under construction pillar has just crashed halfway on their bodies.
No,
you can see how the pillar has just slanted. And in fact, this metro was supposed to be completed in the year 2025.
far away from the rains. In fact, Bengaluru weather is now nice and pleasant. So there's really no reason for it to have slanted and crashed down to this extent. And if it was weak, and if this was building up, how did those the workers or the survey officials of the BMRCL not spot it in advance? This is the kind of checks that they've got to do. This is what they've been, they have to do it. This is part of their job. And if a situation like this arises, then the BMRCL, the metro company, the private company has to take full responsibility. We're talking about death of 2 individuals. These are taxpayers. We're paying for safety as well as development at the same time. But at what cost? Development at what cost? If this kind of periodic checks are not carried out, then one must only wonder why does one individual even have to pay their taxes if this is the most basic right that they do not have of safety on the streets of Bengaluru. Then one can only wonder, you know, at this point we see Anagha, we believe that the BMRCL says the pillar was held on by some metal wires or metal ropes. Would you be able to give us a close look at that metal rope? We want to see how that pillar was really held on by those metal ropes. Apparently that metal rope snapped and that's what led to the crash. Could you show us that metal rope? Is it visible to your eye?
So, yes, I'm walking towards the metal rope. Yes, I'm just walking towards the metal rope, and this was the basement right here. This was what held the halfway pillar together. And right from here, the pillar just slants. So you can actually visualize how the accident has taken place. If you take a look at that pillar, it is exactly straight, the pillar right before this pillar. But this pillar alone has completely slanted. So the one going on the road, of course, they have been badly injured because the cement that was used to construct the pillar has collapsed on their bodies. And this is nothing, Nabila, but sheer civic apathy on part of the Metro and BBMP. In fact, you know, just a few days back, we had the rapid road which had developed cracks in less than 30 days. So we've been witnessing very frequent instances of civic apathy, from potholes to rapid roads to this, you know, to this metro construction that has taken the lives of 2 people. In fact, the child was a toddler, we're being told. This is nothing but civic negligence on part of the BBMP and Metro.
Oh, very tragic, Anagha, and we see some bystanders there. Anagha, would you want to give us some, responses from the locals there? We really want to hear what could have resulted in this pillar crashing. Are there some voices who are keen on speaking? Sagai Raj, your colleague, our correspondent there, lives in that area. He says it's a high traffic zone, and this area should have ideally been cordoned off if there was construction work of this magnitude happening there. And that pillar is huge. It's massive. Look at that, the size of that pillar itself. If the BMRCL wasn't sure of its stability, then the least that they could have done is to at least cordon off that area, that entire stretch, so that work can, hasten up. They can quickly complete the work and then allow for traffic to pass. So a clear lapse on the part of the BMRCL, the part of the civic body, the BBMP, for not monitoring this adequately. A lot of people at fault here. But Anagha, tell us if there are people in the locality there who want to speak to us. Would you bring us some voices?
Yes, Nabila. So I have a bystander with me, sir. Nim hesru?
ಶಕೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸುವರ್ಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಜನಶಕ್ತಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸಂಚಾಲಕರು. ಎಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 10:05 ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 2 ವೀಲರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಗು 3 ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಈ ಪಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಅದು 4-5 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಶೇಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ BMTP ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್ ಈ ತರ ಪಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಬೀಳೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಿಮ್ಮಕ್ಕು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಲೋ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಗಾಡಿ ಬರೋ ಟೈಮ್ಗೆ ಆ 2 ವೀಲರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಪಿಲ್ಲರ್ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ಆನ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಗು ತಾಯಿ ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವರು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೀರಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಈ ತರ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಸತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಂಚೂರು ಪ್ರಾಣ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಹಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಂತ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಾಟಕ ಆಡಿದ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾಟಕ ಆಡುವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಒಂದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದವರು, ಸೀದಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಆ ಡೋರ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಆ ಗೇಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ, ಸಾಗಿಸಬಹುದು, ಅವ್ರ ಜೀವ ಉಳಿಸಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಕಿಮ್ಮಕ್ಕು ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಸ್ಪಾಟಿಗೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮಗು ಸತ್ತೋದ್ಮೇಲೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಗು ತಾಯಿನ ಡೆಡ್ ಬಾಡೀಸ್ ನ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಸೇರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಆದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವವರಿಗೆ ಬರೀ ಲಾಭ ಲಾಭದ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನೀಚ ಮಾನಗೆಟ್ಟ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಡವರ ಒಂದು ಜೀವಗಳೊಂದಿಗೆ
More voices, please. Let's hear from more. Of course, the blame on the government itself, but instances like this have to be anticipated. A situation like this must be foreseen, and therefore a quick measure should be taken to ensure safety of the people. So one should not let a situation like this to chance. You have a metro construction that's underway. He's, of course, the local there, blaming the government, saying that the construction is on for so long, it's not completed, etc., etc. We heard that. Anaga, some more voices, please. We really want to hear people in the locality who've really borne the brunt of this construction work that's perennially on, not completed in time. And then you have the pillar there, which isn't even constructed. Ideally, those pillars should be so entrenched in its foundation that it's shocking that it managed to fall off. It's not so easy for a pillar of that size to fall. They should have really secured it to such an extent that a situation like this would never arise. But clearly that work was shoddy, and here we have a situation that's killed a mother and son. Very tragic, even as the police have taken suo motu cognizance. The blame certainly lies on the BMRCL as well as the private agency who have constructed this entire metro line, which is currently under construction. Their security checks or their periodic checks haven't been efficient enough to detect a lapse like this. Anaga, a quick look, again, a closer look. Would you please be able to show us that the silver, or rather the steel rope that ideally is supposed to be holding that pillar straight? Would we be able to get a closer look?
Yes, Nabila, but just before that, I have some voices with me. Sir, आप क्या यहाँ थे जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ?
जब मैं मेरे भाई को इधर ड्रॉप करके तो थोड़ी देर आगे चला गया तो मेरे को रिटर्न फोन किया वो, भैया तुम वापस जल्दी आओ बोल के। वो काम इधर आगे करता है, वो मेरे को वापस बोला कि जल्दी वापस आओ। क्या हुआ बोला था, ऐसा पिलर गिर गया, एक औरत एक बच्चा गिर गया, ऐसा वो बहुत मार लग गया उसको बोल के वो ही लेके गया था हॉस्पिटल को, और इमीडिएटली हॉस्पिटल लेके गए। तो फिर भी वो ट्रीटमेंट क्या हुआ पता नहीं, वो हम लोग को आगे छोड़े नहीं। हम लोग क्या किया, एक मदद किया, क्या एक बच्चे को औरत को मार लगा बोल के, तो आके वो मेरा।
I have the DCP right here with me, and I'm just going to try to get his voice for us. Sir, would you be able to move?
BMRCL ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್.
ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ತನಿಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಪ್ರಿಕಾಷನ್ಸ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ತಗೋಬಾರ್ದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅದು ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕಿತ್ತು